Hello, welcome to the joint meeting of the Sustainability Commission and the Parks Commission. So, do we have a roll call?
Roll call for the Sustainability Commission. Commissioner Kartunian.
Present.
Commissioner Kanjian.
Present.
Commissioner Bartrosov.
Here.
Vice Chair Pinkerton.
Here.
Chair Werner.
Here.
Roll call for the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission. Commissioners Alcazar,
Here.
Appliance,
Here.
Meek,
Here.
Wolfson,
Here.
and President Sardarbegian.
Here.
Excuse me, got to do roll call again for Sustainability Commission for ex officio Gong.
Here.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is 1A, report regarding posting of agenda. The agenda for the June 2nd meeting of the Joint Special Sustainability Commission was posted on May 26, 2022 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. A joint special meeting of the Sustainability Commission and the Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Commission is hereby called to meeting at 5:56 p.m. on Thursday, June 2nd, June 2nd, 2022 in the Council Chamber, 613 East Broadway, 2nd floor, Glendale, California, 91206 to consider the following items of business to wit. Agenda item 2, reports and information. We have agenda item 2A, community development presentation, Verdugo Wash project update. This item will be moved to the July commission meeting. Next on the agenda is agenda item 3, action items. Agenda item 3A, life cycle analysis, LCA, and triple bottom line, 3BL, assessment, natural turf versus artificial turf. Item 3A1, Sustainability Commission motion providing feedback to staff and making a recommendation to the City Council to consider using artificial turf for multiple purpose fields at Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex number 3, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School based on the findings of the Life Cycle Analysis LCA and triple bottom line 3BL. Assessment commissioned by the City of Glendale, or to make another recommendation as directed by the Sustainability Commission. Item 2, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission motion providing feedback to staff and making a recommendation to the City Council to consider using artificial turf for multi-purpose fields at Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex number 3, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School based on the findings of the Life Cycle Analysis, LCA, and triple bottom line 3BL assessment commissioned by the City of Glendale, or to make another recommendation as directed by the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission.
Thank you. So I believe we have a report from staff.
So, good evening, Chairperson Werner and President Sardarbegian. We are here this evening to present to the Sustainability Commission and the Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Commission a report commissioned by the City of Glendale, life cycle analysis and triple bottom line assessment of natural turf versus artificial turf. Staff is seeking direction from the Sustainability Commission and from Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission on a recommendation for City Council's consideration on the preferred surface type for Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex number 3, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School. First, if I may provide some background. In October of 2020, the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission requested that staff prepare a report comparing surface types for 5 soccer multi-purpose field projects previously approved by City Council. These are, as aforementioned, Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School. On April 19th, 2021, Community Service and Park staff presented a report analyzing the use of natural grass, the use of the EPIC system, and artificial turf. The report provided background and the history of the high demand of soccer fields in Glendale, the city's responses to meet said demand, as well as a cost-benefit analysis of the three aforementioned surface types. As part of this in-depth analysis, staff identified the challenges of using natural turf for soccer fields and compared accessibility, availability for use, the maintenance requirements, environmental impacts, and benefits of each surface type, as well as costs and potential revenue generation for each surface type. The report found that artificial turf provided the most available playing time for youth and adult soccer and was the most durable, had better ball action, was the most appealing aesthetically, and was the most fiscally responsible surface type. The report found no significant differences in safety between the different surface types, yet highlighted that temperatures in artificial turf would be 40 to 60 degrees higher than natural grass. The report further found that while artificial turf uses virgin plastic to be manufactured, and artificial turf contributes to urban heat island effect, it was still the ideal option from an environmental impact perspective, when used over 1,600 hours per year due to reduction of water use, elimination of chemicals, fertilizers, and pesticide use. Upon conclusion of the presentation and comments from residents, the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission voted 3-2 to recommend not pursuing artificial turf for the 5 proposed projects and preferred the use of natural turf until further analysis of surface types was conducted. At the June 3rd, 2021 Sustainability Commission meeting, Community Services and Parks staff informed the Sustainability Commission about the status of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Service Commission request that further analysis of surface types be conducted. At that meeting, Community Service and Parks staff indicated that a life cycle analysis was being conducted on natural and artificial turf. And the results of this work will be presented to the Sustainability Commission for their comment and input. As mentioned previously, Community Service and Parks have done extensive research in field types. Thus, in order to satisfy the request of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commission to undertake additional research on surface type, City staff concluded that commissioning of a life cycle assessment would be the best tool for this additional analysis. So what is an LCA? Life cycle assessment studies the environmental aspects and potential impacts throughout the product's life cycle, i.e. cradle to grave, from raw material acquisition through production, use, and disposal. The general categories of environmental impacts needing consideration include resource use, human health, and ecological consequences. Staff recommended that the City of Glendale commission an LCA utilizing the International Standards Organization recognized principles and frameworks for conducting the LCA. The objective of commissioning the LCA analysis is to provide the commissions and City Council with a data-driven report defining the environmental, social, and economic benefits, costs of employing natural or artificial turf in certain City of Glendale multi-purpose fields. In addition to the traditional LCA, staff recognize the importance of including societal and equity considerations into the analysis. To provide this comprehensive analysis, the consultants recommended that the study take an LCA and triple bottom line combination approach. Thus, the goal of the analysis is to provide a means of evaluating options of an appropriate life cycle, 20 years in this case, and across 3 distinct categories of impact areas defined and provided by previous public comment from community groups and key stakeholders. These are community, health, and environment. The city hired a consultant, Citadel EHS, to undertake the life cycle analysis and triple bottom line study. Citadel is supported by Stock Consulting and Arab Consulting in this effort. I would like to introduce Ravi Bajaj from Citadel Environmental Health and Safety, the project manager on this effort, and for him to introduce the team and present the findings of the life cycle analysis and triple bottom line assessment of artificial turf versus natural turf. This is a complex issue for the commissioners to consider. We hope that the report provided and the presentation this evening will provide the commissioners the information needed as you look to make your recommendations. With that, Ravi, please introduce yourself and your team.
Good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to just confirm that you can hear and see me.
We can confirm that we can see you and hear you, Ravi.
Right, and let me share my content as well. Confirming that you can see my screen.
Confirmed.
All right. Well, thank you, David, for the introduction, and good evening, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to conduct this study on behalf of the Glendale community, City of Glendale community, as well as your staff and yourselves. I'd like to start this presentation by first apologizing for not being there in person. Unfortunately, the scheduling did not allow me to be present in the city of Glendale. So I've made every effort to have myself and my team members, who I will introduce in a moment, here for presenting this information and responding to any questions. So thank you again for this opportunity to do a comprehensive study based on a life cycle analysis and triple bottom line on behalf of the City of Glendale's community, parks users, community groups, and yourselves. Secondly, our goal here to set the context for this presentation is really to present the findings from our turf replacement life cycle analysis and triple bottom line. As David mentioned, our goal was to complete a complex study involving a number of different impact areas, analyzing each one quantitatively and qualitatively in order to best score the options on the table. In order to do that, as David mentioned, we had to bring in a few subject matter experts. So to introduce myself, my name is Ravi Bajaj. I'm the principal of ESG and Sustainability for Citadel EHS. We are headquartered in the city of Glendale. We also had the first LEED Platinum project within the city's boundary, and many of our 60 staff are actually residents of the city of Glendale as well. When we started our conversation strictly around a life cycle analysis with some of the staff from the city of Glendale for this scope of work, what we quickly unearthed was this idea that there was a comprehensive analysis needed. We needed to look at this from a number of different components. So I invited two now friends, started out as colleagues, and to be transparent, somebody I've been a fan of, or two folks that I've been a fan of in the past. I brought in Francis from Arup and Paula from Stoke, so I'll allow them to introduce themselves briefly before we jump into our findings. Francis, I believe you're muted.
Sorry about that. I'm Francis Singh from Arup. We are designers and engineers of the built environment. And hopefully you're not hearing an echo. With a lot of experience with life cycle assessment, triple line analysis, and we brought particularly the ecosystem and chemical hazard type of understanding to this study, and I'll get to talk about that more when we get to those sections.
Francis?
Thank you, Francis. My name is Paula. I'm a sustainability consultant and project manager with Stoke. We focus on sustainability in the built environment, also in complex systems, and my specific focus areas are in carbon, and material, and human health.
Thanks, Paula. And I want to say that this has been a sincere pleasure working with both of you and the city staff in completing this assessment. It's really interesting and challenging to look at things comprehensively that incorporates so many different things. Just in their introductions, Francis and Paula have shared their subject matter expertise in diverse areas that are technically sound, and we had to find a way to make those gel together from a scoring perspective. So with that, I'm going to jump directly into our recommendations.
Sorry, I have a quick procedural question, maybe for the chairs and for the presenter too. How many slides do you have, and how are we managing questions that come from the two commissions? Are we waiting till the end, and then are the two commissions taking turns? Are we doing it collectively? Just want to make sure we're setting expectations here.
So, Chairperson, Commissioner Beatrice, very good question. So yes, we have a running order. So Ravi will be doing his presentation. Once his presentation is completed, David Eisenberg from the Sierra Club will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. Once that presentation is completed, the commissioners will have time to ask questions of staff and of consultants. The Sustainability Commission will go first, followed by the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission. After those initial questions, there'll be a period of public comment. After that public comment, there will be discussion, first led by the Sustainability Commission, then followed by the Parks, Recreation, Community Service Commission. And after that discussion, the follow-up discussion, there'll be a vote on the motions put in front of you.
Great, thank you.
My pleasure.
To respond to our component, we have 39 slides, and we are on slide 3.
Okay, well, let's get going. And I hope we can resolve the audio issues that we were having with the two young ladies' audio. There was an echo, so I hope they're working on that while you're speaking so that we can get through those portions of it. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. So jumping back into our recommendation here, is our finding that artificial turf with the geofill offers the highest potential to balance the diverse priorities of park users, public groups, and city operations. This is the first of 2 times that you'll see this particular slide because it summarizes the different inputs that we analyze for our recommendation. The primary 3 reasons why our scoring landed in this direction largely are due to the ability to achieve an increase in annual field days of use and expand reservation capacity for local youth and adult athletic groups. The installation of artificial turf with geofill and stormwater catch basins will provide longer-term storm event water management benefits in relation to the fields. And the use of the artificial turf with geofill will provide an opportunity for reduced life cycle net costs for the city of Glendale, actually an increased revenue, and a reduced maintenance costs associated with that. These were the 3 primary areas in which artificial turf with geofill scored highest and led to ultimately our scoring and our recommendation based on our objective data that you'll see in the rest of these slides. To start with, a simple recommendation is to gloss over quite a bit of the complexity that was included in this analysis. As David mentioned, we looked at 3 key areas: environmental impacts, human health impacts, and community impacts. And that really speaks to the triple bottom line approach when combined with a life cycle analysis. But what you're seeing on this slide here is a spider chart looking at the 14 different scored areas for this analysis. Each one of these areas was analyzed with evidence, research, quantitative or qualitative analysis. And we came together to actually evaluate on multiple times where we would score a 1 to 5, 5 being the best score, 1 being the lowest score, with defined reference points for each one of these impact areas. The green line that you're seeing on the spider chart represents natural grass as an option. The red line here shows geofill or artificial turf with the coconut husk geofill infill product. And while we know that SBR or crumb rubber is not an option for any of the parks that are being discussed, there was an illustrative benefit for us to incorporate that within the context of this study. Because we know that there are other parks within the city that currently use crumb rubber, and because that's the most conventional use in the past for artificial turf. But I just want to reiterate for that particular SBR or crumb rubber line item here, that is not an option that was considered. It is only included on this graphic for illustrative purposes. And what I take away from this particular slide is that no one option provides a benefit in every one of the 14 impact areas. That's particularly why folks like myself, Paula and Francis, enjoy doing this type of analysis. It really takes an ability to step back from what we perceive going into this study, collate the data, do our analysis, go back to the drawing board over and over again so that we can have an effective way of evaluating all of these criteria. There are some clear areas within which artificial grass with geofill infill exceeds the natural grass's scoring or performs better. And there are some clear areas where natural grass performs better as well. So our role then was to evaluate not only our scoring in each one of these areas, but also superimpose a weighting based on priorities that we learned about from the City of Glendale community, users groups, community groups, as well as some of the information provided in the previous staff report. Now that's a pretty complex way of looking at all 14 of the impact areas. A slightly simpler way of looking at this would be to just look at overall scores within each of the categories or impact categories: community, human health, and environment. And it's clear from this particular slide that artificial turf with geofill infill, as well as natural grass, provides a relatively equal environmental performance. And we'll get into unearthing the different reasons for which that scoring is pretty close. From a community benefit standpoint, you're going to see that artificial turf with geofill infill performs much better for the reasons that were stated prior to this on the opening slide, largely due to field days of use and life cycle costs. From a human health side, when we talk about the water pollution and the off-gassing and dust and some of those types of concerns with respect to artificial turf, particularly the blades that are being used, you're going to see that natural grass has a higher benefit there as well. So looking at these two slides, we can see that, again, no one option is exceeding all of the category areas. And so our goal then was to provide some scoring and aggregate that across all of the different areas. Oops, excuse me. We'll use my arrow instead of my mouse here. So what you're seeing on this slide is a table that I don't intend to go through every single line item on this particular slide. But what I wanted to showcase is that in the very left column, you're seeing the 14 criteria that were scored for the purpose of this study and within the boundaries of this life cycle and triple bottom line analysis. You're going to see the three options that were analyzed: natural grass, geofill, and SBR or crumb rubber. Again, reiterating that crumb rubber is not an option for any of the parks as we understand it, however, is included here for illustrative purposes alone. In each one of the rows, but below those three options, you're going to see a 1 to 5 score based on the analysis that we completed. As you can see at the bottom of this slide, a 1 through 5 scoring, 1 being the lowest, 5 being the highest. On the right-hand side, you're seeing two columns of weightings. We actually hosted a community group meeting during our analysis process, and we had a number of users groups and community groups that had previously provided public comments for this particular topic. We performed a study or a survey asking for prioritization, a low, medium, or high prioritization in each one of these impact areas. And we have those results reflected here with a weighting of 2 for high, 1 multiplier for medium priority, 0 multiplier for low priority. One column includes staff members as well as public comments or public input. The second column here are the weightings that we used in this study that excludes staff responses, strictly using the responses from the Glendale community stakeholders that were involved in our community survey. So that showcases overall how we started to put our scoring together, as well as how we weighted it based on the priorities, because each one of these items could be used to make a decision in its isolation. It would be very easy to make a decision here, and we wouldn't need these types of commission meetings and integrated studies like this in order to just look at how many field days of use both options have. or how much negative potential impact either option has from a water or waste perspective, or chemical or water pollution perspective, any of the items on here. That becomes a clear distinction of one option over the other. But in order for us to understand not only how each option performed, as you know, we also have to compare that with how those priorities are weighed from a more subjective standpoint. The last lens that was used here was actually to look at weighting environment versus human health versus community. And in that sense, you'll actually see two quantitative results showcased on this slide here. That table, those two spider charts you saw prior to this, as well as the one you're seeing on this particular slide, was all aggregated in order to give us two sets of results. These are actually only showcasing two of the 6 different ways that we sliced our quantitative analysis. Those two here are showing the prioritization from the community groups that were surveyed. It excludes staff responses, and that was used to weight our scoring from a technical standpoint in each one of the impact areas. The top one here shows a total weighted score for natural turfgrass, artificial turfgrass, and crumb rubber, based on an equal weighting for environmental impact, human health impact, and community impact. The scores on the bottom of the slide that you're seeing actually re-weight those based on a low, medium, high prioritization from that same survey. So when asked to choose community impact versus environmental impact versus human health, we were able to take those survey responses and again, re-weight these. No matter how we sliced it, all 6 ways we used and the 2 represented on this slide, this is why our recommendation is to pursue artificial turf with geofill infill products because of the numbers you're seeing on this particular slide. So now I want to back up a little bit and talk a little bit about what went into our study, the process. I've spent quite a bit of time going through our recommendations and the quantitative summaries that led us to those recommendations. But when we started this, we put a meeting together, as mentioned, in order for us to understand what the goal of this study was. When we started this, as David mentioned, and I've now referenced in our introduction, we first started with a conversation about life cycle analysis. What would be the overall environmental impact of natural turfgrass versus artificial turfgrass with a geofill or natural infill product? As we started to discuss the impacts or what would be included as the major criteria in an environmental life cycle analysis, those would be based on an ISO standard or the ISO 14000 suite of standards. And this is an international framework that can be used to complete an environmental life cycle analysis. That was quickly put as one component of our overarching study because we also started to talk about the community impacts, the field days of use that were of importance. So as we started to look at the public comments that had come in and the scope of work that we were looking at for this particular analysis, we combined these 2 types of studies and went with the 3 categories of environment, health, and community. During that public meeting that I've now referenced, we were then able to get direct input on what our impact areas were, which ones might we be missing if we haven't captured them from previous public comments. In order to score them, we then asked everybody to prioritize them, and we went back to the drawing board to evaluate what would be included. On the next slide here, you're seeing a little bit of what David already referenced, so I'll go through this one rather quickly. On one side, you're seeing what would traditionally be included in a life cycle analysis. We're looking at everything from the production of those materials and the impacts of that production. And so you're seeing here A1, A2, A3 under production, all the way through that D for reuse, recycling, energy, and recovery. And those are the same references that were used in our comprehensive report. So we look at production, the impacts of construction and installation. We look at the impacts through the effective life cycle or effective use timeline. We look at the impacts of the end of life, and if there are any ways to reuse or recycle those products, we'll also include beyond that building life as much as possible, or in this case, material field life. On the right-hand side, you're seeing a traditional approach to a triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. While In the early 90s, Jim Elkington coined this term as another way of looking at an extra economic analysis. We don't just want to look at profit. We also want to incorporate the people or the users of the parks in this context. We also want to understand an environmental impacts over the life cycle of a product or decision. We started with that analysis, and we understood that in a public setting, the revenue associated with it, the decisions made on behalf of parks users and community groups do all fall under this overarching category of community. So while profit is its own category in a traditional triple bottom line, to merge the life cycle and triple bottom line approaches, again, we landed on the environment, community, and human health categories to organize our 16 impacts we came out of the community meeting with. Going to our next slide here, we had to ensure that within the scope of our analysis, we could quantitatively look at 3 of the 5 parks in question. And that was largely due to the timeline we had for our availability. For the timeline, we'd like to get these results back to you, as well as discussing the variables that would be associated with this. So for the purpose of this study, we actually just looked at the public use parks. We did not look at the schools parks. So you're seeing on the right-hand slide here, the number 1 as per the graphic for the city of Glendale, that's the Pacific Community Center and Park. You're seeing the number 2, which is the Glendale Sports Complex, field number 3. Both of those are multi-use athletic fields. And on the bottom here, not currently a reservable field, you're seeing the corner of Fremont Park, which would be proposed as a soccer field. As we start to look at our analysis boundaries, we then had to recalculate what the impacts or our assumptions were. So what you're seeing on the left-hand side here is a radar chart similar to what Arup has used in the past for comprehensive analyses. You'll see that many of the items around the outer ring are very similar to the ones we used in our analysis. And this was the way that we started our 1 through 5 scoring and where we wanted to go with this. But we really had to understand what our boundaries were going to be. In order for us to make an apples to apples comparison between the 3 products that were in analysis or the 2 that were in consideration for these parks, we first settled on a 20-year lifespan or period of analysis. That's primarily driven by the fact that after 10 years of lifespan of artificial turf, we would then be able to reuse the substructure for an additional 10 years. So that longer time span allowed us to expand over the initial installation of the substructure, the shock pad that's involved, any grading that's involved, drainage equipment, etc., as well as the top layers that were used for the particular options. When it comes to the lifespan of artificial turf, those top layers specifically, we were just looking at a 10-year lifespan. So at that point, the artificial turf itself would need to be replaced. And there are some assumptions that we'll talk about here under the waste section. In addition, we looked at regular maintenance. So there's a certain amount of infill that needs to be recharged on an annual basis. There are some minor concerns for specific cleaning events that would be needed, as well as the occasional rewatering, particularly to ensure that the infill would be humid enough. None of the parks actually have permanently installed irrigation in the approach of artificial turf. So that watering was, from a maintenance perspective, was really very occasional, specifically for the humidity and the structure of that infill material. On the natural grass side, we're looking at a resodding every 5 years, as well as annual maintenance or regular maintenance associated with that. I apologize that this slide has cut off a little bit at the bottom here. What's covered by the table graphic is a note that annual maintenance is actually required for heavy soccer use fields. So while we understood that from some of the staff from the parks side, we wanted to ensure that we had a conservative approach of every 5 years for resodding. And at the very bottom of this is the crux of a lot of the quantitative analysis that we completed. For the natural turf option, as well as the artificial turf, we had to come up with agreed upon scenarios of field hours of use. This is one of the criteria that will be discussed later in this presentation, but is a very foundational element for all of the analysis that was completed. For Pacific Community Center, we based this on existing data from the calendar year 2021 for the natural turf field in multi-use field in existence. So that was 1,500 reserved hours. And we based the artificial turf from assumptions based on other athletic fields or multi-use fields at the sports complex. We actually got data from all of 2021 and going back 3 years in order for us to be able to extrapolate information about reservable hours that were separate from the COVID scenarios that we've all had to endure over the past few years, as well as any other variables that might have come up. So 1,500 hours for natural turf, 2,900 hours for artificial turf. For sports complex field number 3, natural turf, our assumption used as a foundation was actually based on reserved hours in 2021 as well, and that's 1,700 annual hours. Artificial turf, again, is anticipating 2,900 annual hours. For Fremont Park, the main assumption that had to be made was how many reserved hours would be used if that natural turf field in existence today was reservable as a soccer field. So we based this on data from 2021 from other natural turf fields that were available to the City of Glendale community. So that is a 2,200 annual hours for soccer reservations, as well as 2,900 hours equal across the board for artificial turf reservations. So that helps us to set the scope. We know which 3 parks, what the proposed artificial turf, what the proposed sizing and locations would be for each one of those parks. And then we came up with consistent assumptions for our field hours of use to do an apples to apples comparison. From there, we had to understand what was going to be used for our 2 options as a product. So for natural grass, we considered that as is, based on the routine maintenance that is currently being used, the reserved hours that were reflected in the table in the slide before. So that is a real scenario from which we looked at historical data to make all of our assumptions or anticipations in this calculated study. For the artificial turf, there is only one park that uses this particular Shaw product for artificial turf with the geofill. That's in the Southern California region. Our information was relational or qualitative that we received. And so we used that as a means to validate some of the assumptions and calculations we had here. For all intents and purposes, the graphic or section drawing you're seeing for the artificial turf assembly itself was based on what you're seeing on the slide here. So what would be the recommended assembly? Everything else in the substructure for drainage or for any of the other criteria, groundwater recharge for one of the products versus stormwater capture for the others, that was all based on proposed drawings for the parks that we had access to in the context of this study. So now we have an understanding of how we looked at the different impact categories, as well as what the boundary of our study would be. And so this really summarizes in a text-heavy slide here, I apologize for that, but a foundational approach that in working with the City of Glendale, on behalf of the Glendale community, the City of Glendale Commissions, Community Services and Parks Department, we proposed using a combination of a life cycle assessment and triple bottom line analysis for this. Putting those 2 things together, we then started looking at the previous staff presentation that was from April 2021 from COCO. We used that as a starting point for us to understand what some of the life cycle assumptions would be. And we also used the direct feedback that was publicly available from public comments, users groups, and community groups. We organized that into a list of 16 criteria. We then, as mentioned before, had a public stakeholder meeting to get direct feedback. We got direct feedback from staff members, and we wanted to organize this in those 3 impact categories of environment, human health, and community. We use typical cost and revenue impacts based on under the community section, since the owner and manager of these fields is a public institution, with a direct tie between expenditure and public good. And we tied that back to the mission of the Community Services and Parks Department. And then lastly, as you saw in that major table in the spider chart, we then went to work doing an objective analysis of each criteria or impact area. We did a 1 through 5 quantitative score where available, where we could directly solidify one metric to compare within each option, we did a quantitative analysis. And you'll see a yellow quantitative icon on some of the subsequent slides that references where we had the ability to do that. In some cases, we had to use a qualitative analysis, largely due to either competing interests that you'll see in things like ecosystem services or chemical hazards, or due to the fact that we had to essentially create an index, best case scenario, worst case scenario, and evaluate qualitatively where each of the options sat in the middle. So that gives you a showcase of how we came about doing this analysis. And here, just to kind of set the stage for our next detailed slides here, these were the 14 criteria that we landed on. Under the environment section, we have greenhouse gas emissions, water use, waste, stormwater management, water pollution, and ecosystem services. I will address urban heat island in the next two slides. It's italicized because it was deemed as a non-scored component of our analysis. Under human health, we have heat exposure, which largely addresses the comments and concerns around direct heat, surface heat for each of the options. We've got injuries on turf, off-gassing and dust, chemical hazards, and experience with nature. Experience with nature is also italicized here because that was not included as a scored section on its own within this study. Our last category was community. Here we incorporated life cycle costs. So that looked at the cost of maintenance as well as the revenue for each one of these parks. Again, based on that foundational data of anticipated reserved hours for each option. We have field days of use, essentially driven by the table that was referenced earlier. Alignment with the City of Glendale's environmental plan. This is the Greener Glendale plan from 2011, and the playing surface performance. Directly addressing the two items that were in italics that we started this analysis incorporating, but as we continue to look at a scoring capability, we deem them out of scope. Urban heat island is the first one that has received quite a number of public comments. And we do feel that this is a very important issue, and we incorporate that in the heat exposure section of our study. The reason we deem that out of scope is that on the scale of what you're seeing on the right-hand side of this slide, the larger City of Glendale, the actual urban heat island impact is driven by, in aggregate, all of the surfaces that absorb the energy from the sun and re-radiate that back as heat. So while there are distinct differences in the heat absorption and then the emissivity for natural grass versus artificial turf with the geofill infill, each one of these three parks on a square footage scale represents a minuscule impact or delta in the larger urban heat island effect. So as we did this initial analysis, Francis's team at Arup actually started this with a quantitative approach. We were able to say that this did not need to be its own scored section, largely because there was no difference in urban heat island between the two options. Francis, if you have any additional comments there, I want to make sure that I've captured that correctly. All right. To be very clear about this, the heat exposure impact for soils quality and the ecosystems at the surface and subsurface was already incorporated under ecosystem services, which is a scored section of this report. And any impacts to the ability to use the fields based on heat exposure were addressed under heat exposure on human health, as well as the field days of use assumptions in the community section. So for those reasons, we deemed urban heat island as out of the scope for this particular analysis, particularly looking at the context of 3 athletic fields and the 2 options therein that we were comparing. The next one of these is experience with nature. And there are 2 reasons why we decided to not incorporate this as an isolated section scored within this study. Excuse me. The first one of those is our context, again, was the 3 athletic fields deemed for athletic use specifically. When we talk about the term experience with nature, we can look at it from 2 competing points of view. One of those, as is commonly referenced with human health, and particularly for child health overall, is access to touch and experience with a biodiverse swath of land. And from that context, it is clear that artificial turf does not provide the same opportunity to interact with an ecosystem directly that natural grass would. But from a different lens, if we look at the park availability and the amount of green space that we have within the city of Glendale, and particularly where two of these fields are, we would look at it from a slightly separate perspective of the time that is done outdoors, getting youth and adults to play athletic activity on these different fields during reserved time would actually increase the experience with larger nature or time outdoors. It wasn't, we were not comfortable making a distinction on one of these two options. So these competing points of view were already addressed in other sections, and we chose not to include it for that reason. The second of those reasons, if we talk about experience with nature, similar to the urban heat island effect on the last slide here, when we look at the larger city of Glendale, the access to nature in different urban settings is something that's well beyond the scope of work of just looking at natural grass versus artificial turf with geofill for these three particular athletic fields. So extremely important topics, urban heat island and experience with nature. We initially incorporated them based on the feedback that was provided launching this study. However, again, these were the reasons why we chose to italicize those on the slide you saw before during our public stakeholder meetings and in our drawing board sessions afterwards. They, again, important topics, but outside of the scope of this study, and they were incorporated in different ways throughout this study as well. So with that, we land again on our final scoring. Again, here showcasing that we looked at two separate criteria. If we weighed the three categories the same, environment, community, and human health, what our scoring would be, we still recommend geofill artificial turf grass based on that objective analysis. Or if we use the scoring from the survey responses, you'll also see the highest scoring for the geofill artificial turf grass. A lot of this scoring is based on direct assumptions and details for each particular impact area that we analyzed under the three impact categories. So at this time, I'm going to break into slides overviewing each of the 14 impact areas. I'd like to invite Paula and Francis to speak to their subject matter expertise sections and give my throat a minute so I can grab some water. And they will spend a little bit more time than I will on the impact areas that were qualitatively analyzed for this study. And we'll go through all of those so that we can kind of re-summarize our expectations at the end. So with that, Paula, I'll pass it over to you.
Great, thank you, Robbie. Before I dive in, is anyone still hearing an echo?
No.
Great. So the first category that we're going to go over today is greenhouse gas emissions. So greenhouse gases trap air in the atmosphere and are a primary driver of global warming, which is why this was an important consideration as a part of this analysis. You'll notice that in the results shown here on the slide and in the report, all of our quantitative calculations are in kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent, or kg CO2e. There are many different kinds of greenhouse gases, each of which have a different capacity to store heat in the atmosphere. So for the simplicity of carbon calculations, these are all normalized per kilogram of CO2 equivalent based on the amount of heat that they can trap compared to carbon dioxide. So for example, 1 ton of methane is equivalent to 25 tons of carbon dioxide in terms of heat trapping capability. So methane has a kg CO2e of 25. A little bit of technical detail out of the way to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of what you're seeing on the screen here. Another thing to note in terms of this analysis is that for many of these quantitative life cycle items and metrics, we looked at the impact on a field basis over the course of the 20-year life cycle, but also normalized it on a per square foot per hour booked basis. And you can see how those results differ at the bottom of the slide. And I'm going to go over the details about that in just a moment. In terms of the scoring, we looked at the normalized results. So the impact per square foot per hour booked. And the reason that we did this is to make sure that we're really comparing apples to apples in terms of how the different fields are being used and their capacity. So normalizing per unit area or per square foot, that's pretty straightforward. But we also normalized per hour booked. So per the amount of time that folks are actually getting a chance to play on the field. And the reason this is important is that to be able to achieve the same capacity as would be possible on artificial turf fields, additional natural turf fields would need to be constructed. And that's just because of the fact that the artificial turf fields can be played on for longer, have less downtime, and have less maintenance needs. And Ravi went over the hours assumed for that and the methodology that we took to estimate those hours in the previous slides. So you can see
I'm just going to pause you for 1 second while you overview this qualitatively. I'm going to stop sharing my screen just for 30 seconds to download this presentation and send it out for a commissioner view directly. So keep talking, but I'll stop sharing for just 1 second. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you, Ravi. So if you caught what was on the screen a moment ago, the results on a per field basis, on average, the carbon footprint of the natural turf product was lower than that of the artificial turf fields, both the geofill and the crumb rubber options. But once it was normalized per square foot and per hour booked, the results were much more similar. For some of the fields, depending on the hours booked, the carbon impact of the natural turf was still lower, and in some cases, it was slightly higher. An important thing to note is that the assumptions made around the resodding schedule of the natural turf have quite a large impact on some of these metrics. For example, the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprint. So as Ravi mentioned before, it was assumed that the natural turf fields would be resodded every 5 years based on feedback from the city of Glendale and the typical resodding schedule for multi-purpose fields. But we did receive feedback that soccer fields like Fremont Park likely would need to actually be resodded annually. So we also conducted a sensitivity analysis to see what the impact of annual resodding would be. The results are shared later in this report, but essentially annual resodding requires significantly more resources and greatly increases the carbon, water, waste, and cost impacts associated with natural turf. So if annual resodding is needed for parks like Fremont Park in a natural turf scenario, the carbon impact would actually be significantly higher than that of artificial turf. So this just highlights the complexity of these kinds of analyses and the fact that there's so many different metrics that can impact the results that may not seem obvious at first glance. Aside from the results that are shared in the graphs here and in the scoring, there were some additional considerations that we took a look at that were not actually included in the scoring, either due to a low availability of data or the data that's available just not being very reliable. Those considerations were carbon emissions associated with water, carbon sequestration and recycling, as well as the impacts of annual resodding. So carbon emissions associated with water, this is the carbon and energy impacts of extracting water, of processing water, and transporting water. And when we estimated what the carbon impact of that would be for the water used in manufacturing, as well as installation, as well as in the watering of the actual turf itself, there was a slight increase in the carbon impact of the natural turf fields over the artificial fields, but not significantly so that it would impact the recommendations made in this analysis. On the flip side, we also analyzed the impact of carbon sequestration. So plants and generally green things that photosynthesize sometimes have the ability to take carbon from the atmosphere and store it within their bodies and within their roots. Based on the data and the studies available at this time, The sports artificial turf for these kinds of fields is not particularly good at sequestering carbon, largely because of how much that turf is being disrupted, how much it has to be maintained and replaced. So when we added in the impacts of carbon sequestration associated with natural turf, while it did lower the carbon footprint of natural turf slightly, it did not impact the overall results and recommendations of this analysis. And the final thing to note here is the end of life scenario assumed as a part of this work. So if artificial turf is pursued, the city of Glendale plans to recycle it at the end of life through Shaw's turf recycling program. In the past, this hasn't always been possible, but through this recycling program, they actually take the turf and turn it into new turf, and specifically new shock pads that are used within this assembly. And it's these recycled shock pads that the city of Glendale would actually be planning to use if installing an artificial turf field. So this is a somewhat circular solution, but due to a really low availability of data in terms of the carbon impacts of recycling turf, and just to be conservative, for the carbon scope of this analysis, we assumed that the artificial turf product would be landfilled, even though that's not likely going to be the case. Next slide. So the next point of discussion is water use, which is of course really important in the context of the city of Glendale, in California and globally. We considered the water use over the entire life cycle of the products, not just the watering and the maintenance. This also does include the water used in manufacturing as well as installation. There is not significant water use at the end of life or during landfill and recycling of the product. Similarly to carbon, water use was scored based on a normalized impact per square foot per hour of play. And you can see those results in the bottom right corner. In terms of the natural turf option, it was assumed that sod would be used as opposed to seeds for a variety of reasons. That's the one that's most likely, that's the one that would most likely be used. And it's also slightly more conservative because typically sod requires less water for installation. So assuming that sod is used means that we get a more conservative number when it comes to the water savings associated with switching to artificial turf. Based on the data that's currently available, there weren't any significant differences between geofill and SBR crumb rubber in terms of water use. So what we did as a part of this analysis is actually study artificial turf that is regularly watered and artificial turf that is not regularly watered. So the city of Glendale would be pursuing the not regularly watered option, but we did want to perform this sensitivity analysis just to show what the water use would be for artificial turf if it were to be watered on a regular schedule. A thing to note is that while some manufacturers do recommend regularly watering artificial turf, we've confirmed that this is not required and it won't significantly affect performance to not be watering the artificial turf on a regular schedule. The same assumptions were made as in the other categories assessed in terms of natural turf being resodded every 5 years and artificial turf being replaced at the 10-year mark. Thing to note here as well is that the installation of natural turf requires a significantly more water to get it rooted and settled in. So if the resodding were to happen annually, that would also increase the water use. We also do understand that 2 of these fields have the potential to actually use recycled water for the watering of natural turf. So that may mitigate some of that water consumption used by natural turf. Next slide. Robbie, next slide. Thank you. It might just not have come up on my end. Thank you. In terms of waste, this is also scored based on that normalized impact per square foot per hour of play. And there's 2 important things that I want to note about this analysis. And that's firstly, while artificial turf is planned to be recycled, to be conservative, this analysis assumes that it would be landfilled. And then on the flip side, when we're talking about waste associated with natural turf, grass trimmings would just be reincorporated into the existing field. But whenever resodding occurs and sod has to be replaced or removed, that would have to be landfilled to avoid any kind of contamination associated with weeds. And here we can see that natural turf does have a lower waste impact over the course of its life cycle, though the ability to recycle the artificial turf product may support in mitigating this difference. Next slide, please. Stormwater management was assessed qualitatively due to the availability of data. Essentially, the performance of natural and artificial turf products were compared, and the permeability and retention of the artificial turf product was found to be similar to that of natural turf, meaning that the primary differentiating factor between both the artificial and the natural turf is the plan to install stormwater infrastructure, such as dry wells in the artificial turf design. So the turf itself has a very similar stormwater management capabilities. So it's really just about what infrastructure is installed around it that affects the scoring that you see here. So because the artificial turf design includes plans for this kind of stormwater infrastructure, it is scored higher in this analysis. If the natural turf were to include stormwater mitigation strategies as well, then the scoring would be much more similar. So overall, stormwater management is one of the lower weighted categories, so this would not be expected to have a significant impact on the results and recommendations of this report. And I'll pass it over to Francis, I believe.
Great, thanks, Paula.
Okay, does this work now?
Yes.
Hopefully that got rid of the echoing too. Okay, so this category of water pollution, it actually encompasses a few different, or quite a few different types of pollutants. So these are the kind of pollutants that we, through literature review and just into our knowledge are strongly associated with either natural turf or artificial turf. So we have, the fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides that can be used on natural turf, which would make quite a difference in the pollutants that would come off of those kinds of fields. And then there's also PFAS, which is a family, like a class of chemicals that are known to be, or really identified strongly now with being toxic and causing a lot of human health, negative human health effects, but also in the environment. This water pollution category is still within the broader environmental category. We have chemical hazards also under human health as a separate evaluation criteria. And then there's also other environmental chemicals of concern, like heavy metals that have been found with certain kinds of artificial turf. So that's also in that category. And then microplastics, of course, with introducing a plastic alternative to natural turf, there is, of course, into the environment in a way we don't want. So we scored the three options on these multiple criteria. And you can see how this, I feel like in this category, it's most striking, the difference between natural and artificial turf. So where the natural turf excels in not presenting, certain chemicals or microplastics, the artificial turf, wouldn't involve the fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides. A lot of times you'll also see that the geofill is kind of in between for the chemicals and even the microplastics, because Shaw in particular was able to provide some documentation or evidence of testing that they did, and validation, or like a statement that they do not add PFAS, and they did some extensive heavy metal testing for their products. And then with the microplastics, of course, the crumb rubber and that kind of infill would be much more problematic than for the Shaw geofill assembly system. And although it's not completely, devoid of that problem. So in all, we took an average of the total scores here. We also did a little sensitivity on this, and even with some slight shifting in the scores, it really, the effect on the total outcome of the results, it didn't change. So these are kind of the scores that we overall felt were most justified. Yeah, I can take any questions on them later. The next one. So the next one is ecosystem services. And this is where there was also a lot of debate and reworking that we did throughout the analysis. Because as Robbie said, there are things in here that relate very strongly to things that we heard as concerns from the group. That, for instance, the cooling effects we felt were a better kind of more relevant criteria than the urban heat island. So we tried to capture that concern, what we thought was leading to the heat island concern. We try to capture it in the cooling effects here, because it's certainly an ecosystem service. In addition to, you'll see it again in the human health. But here it has more to do with the local effects, whereas urban heat island, we felt like, these three individual fields weren't going to have much impact on the overall, like, an urban heat island phenomenon. So we were trying to judge this more on a local, the more like, micro ecosystem that is just at the field. So the habitat and biodiversity, I think, is more obvious. And of course, that's pretty, they're at the extremes. There was still actually a little bit of debate that, should artificial or natural turf even deserve a 5, because it's not really a fully, ideal kind of natural ecosystem for what was originally on that land. But we just set it here as a 5 anyways, because it was kind of the best of all of the options. And the water percolation, filtration, and retention. So this again was rather related to stormwater management, but not exactly the same, because this has a little more to do with groundwater recharge, whereas stormwater management was more about collecting and managing the water. Then the connection to nature. This is where we also felt like maybe we could, capture the sentiment with the having an experience in nature and but having it tied more to ecosystem services and something that a natural environment provides. Whereas the experience terminology, we thought, just getting residents out and outdoors. You can kind of argue both ways with the different turf systems. So this one is where we felt like, well, the natural turf grass was providing, more of that connection to nature. And then finally, the soil carbon sequestration. So in Paula's analysis, she mentioned, trying to estimate the carbon sequestration of the grass fields, the natural grass fields, that is really based on the part of the vegetation part, whereas this is also trying to take into account how soil also sequesters carbon, but it's even harder to find good numbers that are scientifically agreed for how much carbon is stored in soils, and especially in like the natural grass, it's not actually very much, or compared to again, much more complex natural ecosystems. So, but there is advantage of that compared to the artificial systems. So this is where those scores come from and how they got rolled up. And we hope you happy again to take questions if people need any more clarity. But this was part of one of those areas where we did a lot of massaging to kind of make it where we think is most fair compared to how these aspects are weighted to other evaluation criteria.
Thank you, Frances.
Yeah.
Robbie, did you want to wrap up, or are we going to, or are you going to speak some more?
We are going to speak a little bit more. I know we're going longer on time here, so I'll go rather quickly through a few more of these slides here. We're on to, as an update, we're on slide 25 of 39. We're about halfway through the criteria or impact areas that were analyzed. And so I'll go a little bit quicker through this section here.
Yes, if you could, please. It's a lot of data.
It is a lot of data. And, we went back and forth on what we would choose to present. We wanted to make sure to present each item, but again, we'll go rather quickly through the remainder in order to leave time for discussion. In this particular slide here, we did an analysis of heat exposure. This is specifically to the surface temperature of the different surfaces. And this was also deemed as a qualitative analysis. The amount of data that's available out there for surface temperature for different types of surfaces is really variable based on time of day, the angle of the sun at that time, so time of the year, shading, as well as the emissivity and absorption of the different types of infill, the blades, the angles of the blades. There's a lot of different ways to do this. I've done some of my own measurements as well, and there's quite a bit of variability. So again, this became a qualitative analysis. On the first hand, we started with a relative scoring of the best case scenario being the the cooling capability that a natural product or natural grass has, even if it has compacted soils. So that would get a score of 5. The artificial turf then would get a score of 1, or the worst score relatively, just based on the average increased delta from ambient temperature to surface temperature. While we could have awarded an even higher score to the geofill option, the one in consideration as artificial turf, based on the graphic you're seeing on the bottom right-hand corner, and Francis referenced in the last slide here, we chose to just give one additional point here for weighting and from a conservative standpoint. This area could use further research. However, I would urge caution in the type of research done here, because we do want to ensure that the variables in surface temperature are controlled when we're measuring that. This also speaks to one of the mitigation measures that I'll reference at the end here, where one of the options moving forward that we would recommend in conjunction with artificial turf for these athletic fields with the geofill infill is revisiting and reconsidering what criteria are incorporated into heat exposure policies. Currently, that's all based on 100-degree ambient temperature in order to offer cancellation of athletic activity. And we think, should the city choose to move forward with our recommendation or the recommendation of this study, as well as the artificial turf at the 3 parks, some quantitative data could be gathered to further evaluate what your management policy would be. Same actually goes for injuries on turf. This is an area where there was no way we could put images on the slide that were well reflective. And again, there are so many variables associated with this. There's many different ways to look at the problems with injury data, largely due to the variability in types of users, the heaviness of the activity. There's a large variability between practice injuries versus field time or competition time injuries. The weight of the people that are doing the athletic activity, whether they're kids or adults. And then there's this additional component of perceived risk of injury, and that can actually impact your overall play, even though there may not be a direct impact. If you're thinking about it on artificial turf, that may have a negative impact as well. So we started with an analysis of metadata here. We looked at a number of studies that were referenced by the city staff report back in 2021 as our starting point, and we went all the way through to 2021 studies of metadata. So what you're seeing on the slide, and not probably not visible for those watching, but is directly referenced within our comprehensive report, are a number of different studies that specifically looked at other evidence data from different types of sports and became metadata sets. And at the end of the day, what we were able to objectively look at was that there's no considerable difference in injuries or the injury rate between natural grass and artificial turf. We originally wanted to give a reference point score of 5 for an ideal natural grass setting. If that grass was devoid of compacted soil, dirt areas, divots, and things of that nature. Due to the realistic point of view in Southern California with heavy use athletic fields, we dropped that score down to a 4. And because of the perceived injury risk on artificial turf, we chose to keep that one score lower than the ideal score as well. So these were even across the board, but heavily evidenced by metadata studies, so that we were specifically looking at the two sports that are primarily used there, soccer and baseball for the multi-use fields and soccer for the soccer field, as well as looking at adult, youth, professional, all the way down to practice squad or peewee types of leagues. Our next slide here is off-gassing and dust, and I'll pass it over to Francis to take us through this slide as well.
Okay, and I'll go quickly. So this one, in comparison to the water pollutants, this is, obviously more about air pollutants, and particularly and how they affect our human health. So where you might be surprised that the natural grass turf is not performing as well, but it really has to do with mowing. So that diesel powered mowers, that they're very bad for air quality, and there's the VOCs that come off of that. Whereas the VOCs that are associated with especially a crumb rubber product, they don't have that the same type of effects, and especially because it's a large outdoor space as opposed to being an indoor space. So I think I'll just leave it at that, and then go to the next category. And then chemical hazards. So some of the chemical hazards are quite similar to what we were looking at with the water pollutants. So PFAS, again, is a particular concern for human health, and one of the most helpful resources for evaluating on the products, the options on chemical hazards, was a particular authoritative source called the Healthy Building Network, where they look at different products that are used in the built environment. And of course, natural grass, the 5, you're not adding any chemicals besides the that we already talked about with the water pollutants, but being able to confirm with City of Glendale too that they don't use the pesticides, that would be a concern. So the crumb rubber being the worst, all the literature review and press and all the really serious concerns with artificial turf systems are predominantly have to do with the crumb rubber systems. So then the geofill is ranked higher, a little more preferable than that. Not as high as the natural grass, but it's better. So this is where the scores were, and then on top of that, Shaw was able to again provide some confirmation that the system that they would be supplying is void of some of the concerns, but not all. So we kept it at a 3. Okay.
Thank you, Francis.
Thanks, Francis. Oh, go ahead, Paula.
Oh, I'm happy to dive into this one, unless you'd prefer to.
Oh, go ahead.
Awesome. So this slide mainly takes into account costs associated with maintaining and installing and disposing of all 3 of the options, as well as the revenue associated with fees that come from these kinds of fields. So it's really the difference between the 2 on a life cycle level. The costs were provided by the City of Glendale for natural and artificial turf installations and maintenance, as well as disposal. And it was assumed that costs would increase at 2.3% per year on average, kind of to estimate the impacts of inflation. To be conservative, it was assumed that fees would not be increased during this time period, fees for using the fields. But if they were to be increased, then the results of this would change a little bit. The other thing impacting this analysis here is the revenue, as I mentioned, from fees from these fields. The first thing that impacts this is the number of hours that can be booked on these fields. So because artificial turf can be booked for larger periods of time, there's an increased amount of field fees that can be collected, but also historically the artificial turf fields have had higher fees, which also results in increased revenue. Additionally, overall, the costs associated with maintaining and installing artificial turf fields are significantly lower. So overall, the findings associated with life cycle costs is that the artificial turf options have a significant advantage.
Thank you, Paula, for reviewing that data. Oops, sorry. And I'd like to just reiterate on this particular slide that we went back looking at when fee increases were enacted within the past decade. That's happened once at one particular field. There were some variability in the various fees across the board, as you'll see in the next particular slide here. This specifically references the field days of use, which has been covered a few times here in this presentation, because it is a foundational piece of the information. Not to say that this particular item is overweighted across the overall impact areas. It just, as Paula mentioned and Francis mentioned, that normalization per square foot and per hour of use is a very important understanding to say that if reservation capacity is increased, then the overall impact should be looked at from a 20-year life cycle impact, as well as a per hour of use or opportunity for youth and adult athletic activity. What you're going to see here, though, is while the artificial turf is deemed the same amount of estimated annual hours reserved across the board, the revenue does reflect slightly different revenue based on the types of sports and sporting user groups that are using the various fields. So that takes into account the various fee structures and agreements with that address accessibility for the different users groups across the city of Glendale. There's obviously a lot more that we can dig into here, but in summary here, we're seeing that geofill artificial turf grass and crumb rubber turf grass, if, again, not an option, but for illustrative purposes, would have the highest number of estimated annual hours reserved. We qualitatively reduced the crumb rubber turf grass by 1 point, largely due to anticipated higher heat exposure. So days where certain hours of play would have to be restricted because of higher surface temperature. While there's a lot out there in the previous slide we talked about and heat exposure in the difference between natural grass and artificial turf with geofill, there's an increased delta when it comes to crumb rubber because of the emissivity specifically of an artificial infill product. For the alignment with the city environmental plan, here we really understood that there were a number of different ways that we could look at this. I understand that this is going to be updated in the future here in line with all of the other impressive goals within the city of Glendale and largely in the Southern California region. So this is really scored based on alignment with the Greener Glendale plan from the past. Here we simply did an analysis of which areas you could dovetail benefits, which with artificial turf with geofill, which criteria under the city's environmental plan or Greener Glendale plan would be benefited versus the natural grass option. And so you can see one more criteria that would be benefited from the perspective of artificial turf with geofill. The natural grass component would benefit on the waste side at the end of life. As Paula mentioned here, there are a few things to consider. One of those being the recyclability of the Shaw turfgrass product. That's something that we conservatively chose to anticipate as landfilled waste at the end of 10 years. However, per the documentation from Shaw, as well as the contracting ability of a public institution like the City of Glendale, we feel that that may actually be an additional benefit to essentially contract the recycling of the turf product at the end of its life. The infill, of course, cannot be recycled. However, the shock pad after 20 years can. And we were evidenced in these particular scores from a waste standpoint, energy, for the city infrastructure and equipment, and water standpoint with the other sections that have been reviewed here. Some considerations that align with our mitigation strategies that I'll talk about here in a few slides are that opportunities exist in both ways to essentially dovetail with other environmental plan or Greener Glendale plan criteria, such as the tree planting, electric and robotic lawnmowers to help increase the efficacy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and then the purchasing of carbon offsets based on the life cycle carbon approach to this. I would urge everybody here to, this is a personal opinion outside of the report, but to only consider carbon offsets as a last resort or short-term option as carbon accounting moves forward. Paula, Francis, and myself do come from the environmental space, so that's typically our, from the sustainability standpoint, it's typically our passion, and I think we're seeing the industry moving more towards longer-term renewable energy or carbon offset purchases to be counted as offsets. So that's listed here as our last option. I digressed on that slide while I said I would speed up here. So going to playing surface performance, this is really a subjective criteria. And the reason that we have a slightly different scoring associated with this is just because of the compacted soils and the variability in actual playing surface for natural grass. That's something that, again, becomes quite subjective. There is an excitement that comes with not knowing where a ball may bounce or how your body may move with natural grass. And we totally understand the kind of hedonic evaluation, the joy that comes with natural grass. But when it comes to an objective approach to playing surface performance from a training perspective and youth and athletic club sports, we gave a slightly higher score to artificial turf due to the uniformity in Southern California's climate for artificial turf, either with geofill or with the crumb rubber turf grass. So what we hope has been addressed in this overall study here are the primary concerns that have been raised in the past, as well as the opportunities that exist here. We've talked quite a bit about material impacts, both water pollution and health concerns, and a lot of those have been, we've dove into by actually splitting them into very specific items, like the many items that Francis talked about for chemical hazards or under ecosystem services, or the concerns that dovetail between stormwater and the ecosystem services components. The heat island impact, hopefully we have a better understanding that for our context, that has been analyzed as direct heat exposure to clarify that particular topic. Injuries as a primary concern are something that, based on metadata, so again, that's not individual interactions with either field, natural grass or artificial turf. Based on metadata and trends, there's no reason to believe that there's a difference in injury rates or severity between artificial and natural turf. And from access to nature standpoint, again, there's a lot more important conversation to have there. However, it can be addressed in a number of different ways for each field, particularly in the lens of this report, as Paula and Francis have mentioned. The opportunities that have been referenced by public comments include the access to field for athletic activity across the city of Glendale, the water savings associated with it, as well as the life cycle cost savings. And I put an asterisk there on the life cycle cost savings side of things, largely due to the conservative estimates that we have put in place here. This is by no means meant to sway the recommendation. We want this to be based on objective results. What we've got in the next slide, and I'll pass it to Paula to speak to a little bit here, is that we had a very large conversation about heavy use athletic fields, reseeding and resodding as the various options to improve the quality of natural turf as a comparative option. And what should we incorporate here as an apples to apples comparison? As we talked about in the beginning, the scope and context of this study really incorporated as is natural turf, including the historical data and information we could get from the city staff about maintenance there. If we talked about an idealized or as close to idealized as possible as we could get in Southern California with heavy athletic use, we talked about an annual resodding of these fields. And so what's shown on this slide here, Paul will get a little bit more into it as to what would happen from a carbon and waste standpoint if we changed that estimation.
Thank you, Ravi. Okay, there we go. I think the echo should be gone. I mentioned previously that if soccer fields such as Fremont Park were to be resodded annually, that would significantly increase the environmental impacts, specifically carbon, waste, water, and also the costs associated. So you can see here what happens to the carbon and waste impacts if Fremont Park were to be resodded annually. And you can see that the impacts nearly double. So again, this just reiterates the complex nature of these kinds of analyses and the fact that sometimes the results aren't what you might initially expect.
Thank you, Paula. And it sounds like me being unmuted was the culprit for the echo there as well. So I want to close with a couple conversations about mitigation measures. These are included in the report, so I won't take too much time. While we recommend the solution based on the data and the scoring that you've seen in this presentation and in our comprehensive report for artificial turf with geofill, as mentioned previously, we do all come from the sustainability field, and we understand that there are opportunities in that spider chart with this recommendation to move forward with mitigation measures, either for artificial turf or natural turf. So should the artificial turf be the recommended pathway forward for these three particular parks or athletic fields, urban forest growth is an opportunity to both increase shading around the athletic fields and the cooling effects in the very localized climate, as well as dovetail with some of the landscaping strips around the fields that are proposed for stormwater retention and some of the goals set forth in the Greener Glendale Plan. Heat exposure management policy and injury surveillance, I'll summarize by essentially saying these are two areas that could use some very localized analysis over the number of variables that can be incorporated into a study like that. So while there is a lack of data, we still feel very confident and objective in our scoring in this particular study. However, as evidenced with the rest of the proactive management within the city of Glendale, the approach to a comprehensive study like this, we would recommend that within the city staff that there's an approach to documenting data about heat exposure management and injury surveillance. And there's really an opportunity within Southern California and peer groups within other municipalities to share data to inform better management and better safety for all users at these fields. The same actually goes for heat exposure on compacted soils and natural turf and injury surveillance in a localized setting for natural turf fields. And the last one is occasional watering. We want to be very clear that occasional watering is not something that's deemed necessary per the manufacturers and all of our discourse on this study. So irrigation is not part of the artificial turf suggestions as part of the scoring and for those 3 athletic fields. However, an occasional watering, whether it has to do with isolated incidents, injuries that may need some cleansing of a section of turf, or on low humidity days to kind of increase the performance of that infill product, occasional watering would be something that should be amended in the city policy, not permanent irrigation, but an approach to that. And that's in line with what we heard from the other local park as well. There are some mitigation measures as well from a natural turf. Should the commissions choose to move forward with natural turf for these 3 athletic fields, in order to achieve the same amount of field days of use or field hours of use on an annual basis, we're looking at an increase of 40% more field area for reservation capacity. So 2 additional fields in addition to the 3 that were in the study here. A switch from diesel to electric mowing, as Paula and Francis both mentioned, from a dust and emissions, greenhouse gas emissions standpoint, would benefit the city as well as the local users groups. Installation of drainage around the natural grass fields, while difficult in the substructure for the natural grass, the similar adjacent or landscaping edging strategies could be adopted there as well. Development of infrastructure programs and policies to provide non-potable water is another opportunity. That's a pretty well-known cost to incorporate that and extend the reclaimed water to the additional park. 2 of the 3 parks do already have access to that. And then securing substantial funding, maintenance personnel, and equipment to support the cost differential in order to achieve an idealized state for that natural grass in comparison. So both options, again, very complex overall. We've made our recommendation in this study based on the scoring and these 3 primary criteria that you've seen now across all of this data. Your scoring, just to repeat that one more time here, and I'll close with our contact information for further discussion. But at this point, I will pass it back to the Joint Commissions and the staff there. And again, apologies, we are not there in person to join in the discussion in that format, but we are on the line here and happy to answer any questions and engage in any dialogue or discourse around this topic. Thank you again for your time and the opportunity to do this study.
Thank you, Ravi, Paula, and Francis. That was you all did an excellent job, and that was a lot of information to digest. It sounds like we got our money's worth as far as the analysis went. Thank you. So we have another presentation. Are we going to the one from Sierra Club now? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. David Eisenberg from the Sierra Club and Sierra Club Verdugo Hills Group and Glendale Environmental Coalition.
Just get a timer so I can keep a... Good evening, commissioners and staff and members of the public. I'd like to, I'm representing the Sierra Club Verdugo Hills Group and the Angeles chapter, who just voted this in as a policy, and the Glendale Environmental Coalition. Thank you. We originally thought, we looked at, we first looked at when this came up, we said, oh, artificial turf, that saves water, it's less expensive, well, it's a good idea maybe, let's look into it. And when we started looking into it, we got more and more appalled at some of the things that went on. I'd like to talk, I'm in my 70s. I remember back about 60 years ago when I started, I was about 12 years old, and I started getting, involved with environmental issues and cleanups and things like that. 60 years ago, smoking was not only allowed, half of you would be smoking right now. but the doctors recommended it. 60 years ago, we were in the Cold War. We wanted to get the kids interested in science. So they would have us open our hand and pour mercury into our hands so we could watch it move and pass it to each other. Asbestos was very common. They put it in ceilings, flooring, insulation. You could go to the hardware store and you could buy asbestos wrap to wrap your pipes. You know what the cleanup is and the cancer for that. Raw sewage. It's cheaper. You save a lot of money. You just dump it in the ocean. There's a pipeline that goes out 5 miles into Santa Monica Bay. Killed everything except 2 species, but we know better about those things. So I'd like to talk about 2 fallacies that are in this report. I'll do one now, and that's this games played or per hours played or field use of play fallacy. So let's go back to that smoking. Let's say half of you were smoking, 5 of you were smoking right now. You'd fill the room with smoke, and there was nobody here. The room is filled with smoke. You get 100 people walked into this room. The amount of smoke per person would go way down, but the room is still filled with smoke. It doesn't mitigate environmental. So when you look at that CO2 thing and chart and you say, well, more people are here, it doesn't matter. There's still the same amount of CO2, and it's far more than grass. And the grass figures, there's a fallacy about that because it counts in those calculations, it counts using diesel or gas-powered equipment, and the city of Glendale is converting to electric. So, I'll talk about some other things. Let's see if I can get this thing to switch. So, artificial turf comes from petroleum products. It is it's virgin plastic. Who knows what's in it? Who knows what toxic chemicals? They don't disclose it. There are the fields that Glendale did from the calculations is 273,506 square feet. That's equivalent to 10 million plastic bags. And it's essentially a single-use product. So, we banned plastic bags in Glendale, single-use plastic bags. But, here we are. And we banned drinking straws. That's even higher, 157 million. The PFAS, you abrade it. If it's a carpet, when it comes out in your vacuum, when you vacuum a carpet. There's a heat island effect, and at the end of the cycle, these numbers I have here show that 3,072 metric tons go into the landfill at the end of that 20 years. That's the total. Even if you recycle it once, it's still going to end up in the landfill. And these are the 3 fields studied in the report. And then they talk about the grass, and they say, well, you have to put the grass in the landfill, which makes no sense because you can plow it under. You can use it in it's not a landfillable needed product, and other organic fields are recycled. So I'm going to go very quickly over some of these. You all have the handout, and there's a handout in the back. Environmentally hazardous, they've done tests for PFAS, and there's the generic PFAS, which is a fluorine chemical. Fluorine occurs naturally in rocks and dust, but it's not hazardous. But if it's in a mixed with carbon products, it's an organic chemical, it becomes cancerous. The fallacy of looking at the PFAS for Prop 65, there should be Prop 65 warnings, but you have to identify a specific PFAS. And there's over 1,000 of them, and there's only 60 to 70 that are identified that would qualify. And there's quite a bit of, medical effects that happen. So, I know there's a lot of coaches and parents here. If your kid's playing on the field, I would recommend that, doctors that I've seen recommend the kids go home and immediately shower and the clothes go into the washing machine because those chemicals stick to the body. And then there's degradation of open space. the temperatures get quite high. That bakes whatever underlying soil there is. So any organics that might be left underneath that layer of things, they're not there anymore. And the chemicals leach out from the plastics, and they soak into that. So they're there. And they end up in rainwater. I'm going fast so that I don't take too much time. Player injuries. You guys, you've all played on grass fields. We remember back when we were kids, and you hit something with your foot, and you dig up a divot, which is one of the problems with the grass fields, is there's divots out, but the turf is injured. Artificial turf isn't giving, so there's severe injuries with lower bodies, especially knee joints, that can happen that would not happen if the grass gives instead of the turf. And if somebody bleeds on soil, it soaks into the soil, and the microorganisms take care of it. If it's on plastic, it has to be cleaned with cleaning chemicals, whatever chemicals are there. I put some feedback from NFL players, and I did this because NFL is an interesting situation. Half the fields are artificial turf, and half the fields are natural grass. So they did surveys with players, and you can see overwhelmingly that players feel that the injury rate is far higher on artificial turf. And then they did objective studies. So they looked at 5 seasons, all the games that were played in the NFL. You can see the number of games and plays, and there was double the amount of injuries on artificial turf on football fields. And then there's the slide burn, which is the artificial turf burn. You get cut up on an artificial turf field, the doctors that I've read say, go get medical care on this because you might need antibiotics because there's a staph infection. And then you all saw the report, it's in the packet, about the survey for injuries. And I noted a couple things. You can see you get ankle sprains on grass because it's on an uneven surface, and I can understand the concerns about that. But 5 ACL and 1 PCL, those are $100,000 plus injuries that can take up to a year of rehab, for a dedicated player. And 1 staph infection, which is the MRSA. That's only about $50,000, but very life-threatening. And these are only the reported. Temperatures. Temperature is hotter than asphalt. I know the report says it's less hotter, but it's more hot. It causes a heat island effect. The cautions from the turf councils and other organizations say if it's over 80 degrees, take some caution. I looked at these figures and I'm thinking, well, here's some of the numbers. A soccer field that's synthetic, 117 average. This is with an 81 degree temperature average. The natural turf was 78, so a little bit cooler than ambient temperature, and the asphalt was 109. I'm thinking, is this right? So yesterday at noon, I went to the sports complex. Well, first I looked at satellite images, and this is you can see the sports complex, and you can clearly see the heat, high heat on the artificial turf fields, and the difference from the natural grass. And the Pacific Park, you can see the baseball diamond that's natural grass right now, and it's got a little overflow of heat from the artificial surfaces, but the artificial turf surface is dark red. If you look at the Grayson power plant, which is a power plant, it doesn't show red. It's cooler. And so when I went and measured, I took one of those little thermometers. I walked up at the sports complex. You could feel the heat coming off the thing. I pointed at that, and I was surprised because it was only 83 degrees out, and the field was 155, the first one I measured. And then I took various measures. They were between 150 and 155. I found the darkest piece of pavement I could find, it was only 127. And the natural grass field, which is, it's pretty bad shape. It's pretty much bare dirt and weeds, was just a little over 100. So, that's a problem. I put a rubber crumb infill. We're not doing that, so it's here for your reference. The plant-based infills, we know it turns to dust. We know that we don't know about the risk. We do know that about 7,000 pounds comes off the field every year that they have to replace. And there's unknowns about the plant-based infills. Coconut is not the only one. There's shells, there's other bark, other kinds. That's not been around for long enough to have any research. So nobody studied these things. Nobody knows what's in it. Nobody knows any long-term study of effects. You don't look anything later. Shawgrass field, they went over this in the report. It has to be groomed weekly. It has to be, you have to shake it up to get the infill back in. You have to do it. It has to be sanitized. And shawgrass, all the stats for shawgrass say it has to be watered, to keep that moisture content up. And they recommend on hot days, which is, we had over 70 days of over 90 degrees, that it be watered. And that's not in the plan. And coconut husk, in particular, most of it comes from Indonesia and Asian countries, and there's no regulation there. There's nobody knowing what's in that coconut husk. And as I said, no studies that have shown what's in it. I do know that it's taken to Italy and other things are added to it and then shipped over here, but that's as far as I could find out about it. Maybe the Shaw people can tell us more on what that comes in, if there's any fungicides, if there's any chemicals added for processing. Some companies use bacteria to process the coconut husk. And here's a picture of a field after a heavy rain, because it's an organic material that just floats right up. We get heavy rains. We don't get a lot of days of rain, but when it rains, it rains. And then there's environmental justice. These 3 of these parks, Cerritos Park is in far South Glendale, Pacific Park is in South Glendale, and Fremont Park just borders South Glendale. It's right in the aisle of heat, high pollution, and then we're going to add to it with these kinds of surfaces. So there are benefits, and they went over this in the report, so I don't think I need to say too much about the benefits of grass. But just think about, when you go to a park and you go to a nice green grassy area, they have psychological studies that show that natural colors help your mental health and just general health. And they're all alternatives to, for using real grass. And one of them is a turf manager. And a lot of cities that have natural grass, they hire a turf manager. They do different blends of seeds, different times a year. They use a different kind of grass that can handle the structure. They can do watering. All 4 of the sites are on a reclaimed water line. That's the Sports Complex, Wilson, Cerritos, and Pacific. And Fremont Park is 700 feet from a reclaimed water line, but it's right next to the Verdugo Wash. And maybe Measure W stormwater capture funding could be used for to get water for Fremont Park. And there's grants available for that type of thing. I have a 6-page document. I put it up here for, a short link, and then I think I've sent it all to you. That's a document of the bibliography of resources I used to compile this report. And then one last thing, the last slide that they were talking about in the report showed mitigation strategies, and one of which was tree planting. And is that in the budget? Is that part of the plan to do that recommendation? So I'm available for any questions that you want to ask, but thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions about any of the content either from David or from the previous
Yeah, I could sit down and come
presentations?
back up if you have a question.
I'm sorry to request this and shuffle our schedule a bit, but I'm looking at who is in our audience here and members of the public, and I do see two younger ones whose bedtime is probably in the next hour. And I'm sure they probably want dinner as well. So I was wondering if we can maybe move public comment up before we say anything.
Is everyone agreeable with that? Yeah, sure.
I'm
I
okay
have
with that.
no problem. Do we have callers? I'm curious about what we're looking at there. We might do the in-person and then the people
We
from-
have 10 callers, and we've received 11 request to speaker cards at the moment. And if anyone else has request to speak cards, you can bring that up as well.
Okay,
In addition
yeah,
to what
let's,
Elizabeth- Sorry, Chairperson Werner. In addition to what Elizabeth has mentioned, we've had correspondence in regards to emails. 24 of those correspondents are in favor of artificial turf. 29 of those correspondents are against artificial turf.
I'm sorry, David, I couldn't understand the numbers, which are pro and con.
24 were for artificial turf. 29 were against artificial turf.
all right, thank you. So, yes, let's have the in-person speakers go, starting with the family there with the young children. Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourselves.
We need a step. Well, you know what? Why don't you sit here?
No, come here.
Here. You got it, Mark?
If they want to take the spotlight, they could come up here and speak.
Okay.
Hi, what's your name,
Thank
please?
you. And please fix the turf so it's a playoff soccer game. So if we want to play a soccer game, everybody has to fix the turf. So to play a regular soccer game. Sebastian, say it. Okay.
You're done? Okay, you may go down now. What were you telling me earlier? You can tell them.
Yeah, tell us your name first.
Sebastian.
Okay, what would you like to tell us, Sebastian?
The same thing.
The same thing, okay.
He said, say thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for coming to speak.
She said thank you. That's it. So you're done.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I'd like to add one more thing. I'm their father.
Oh, okay.
If I get a chance to speak up. So,
And could you state your name, please?
yes, my name is Alex. I'm their father. And the reason I'm attending this meeting is very important for me, for the future of my kids and the community. I've been in this community over 20 years. I personally go to different parks in Glendale, but unfortunately, I've been seeing not well-maintained park. My kids have been playing soccer almost 2 years. They have played at least 2-3 fields, but unfortunately, fields are not well maintained. I personally ran on one of those fields. I was about to fall off. There were different pots on. And unfortunately, one of those parks, we noticed there was, I don't know, human poop or animal poop on Pilancani Park. That was there for 2 weeks. So my kids and other kids were playing around. I was letting them not to step on it. So what I'm trying to say is Park and Recreation Department has a very important job to keep these parks well maintained in the community. My kids, other kids would go out. Even, I'm sure some of you have been living in Glendale for a while. Sometimes you go out, you want to enjoy with your family. You want to see nice and green grass rather than a turf. So that concludes my concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Could I say something? If you see something like that in a park that needs to be attended to, please call the city and tell them. Because, they don't necessarily have the staffing to check everything all the time.
That's
so
correct.
we have
Yeah.
to tell them if we see
Yeah.
something that's unacceptable.
Yeah, we brought it up to the coach that actually he was coaching. So I thought maybe he would handle it. But next time I would consider that. So hopefully, we keep our environment clean and safe.
Please let
Thank
them
you
There's
so
know.
much.
also the My Glendale app for reporting
Okay.
anything from
Good to know.
graffiti to things like that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next caller, please. Or next in
Chair,
person. I'm not used to having a live
Chair-
audience.
Excuse me, chairs and president, how much time would you like to give speakers?
Oh,
2 or
yes,
3 minutes?
actually, given the number of speakers, 3 minutes, up to 3 minutes.
Okay, and then I guess our next in-person speaker is Leonard Manukian. If you'd like to come up. Thank you, Leonard. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and President and members of the commissions, good evening. I'm Leonard Menakin and I reside at 3023 Emerald Isle, Glendale, California. I speak today in support of alternate 1 and ask that you recommend that the City Council authorize the use of artificial turf surface on the subject fields. I am and have been a part of Glendale AYSO's family for over 17 years, and both my sons have gone through the entire program. AYSO Region 88 is one of the largest, best organized, and most successful regions in the country, serving youth from 4 years to 18 years old. Year after year, it serves over 3,000 youth during its regular season and over 2,000 during its spring season. Year in and year out, we see the positive effects of recreational team athletics on the physical, psychological, and social development of our players. That said, our program is limited by only 2 factors: volunteer availability and access to fields. Hundreds of AYSO volunteers make up for the volunteer shortfalls by taking on additional teams or responsibilities to ensure the success of the program. That leaves field access. Alternate 1 goes a long way to alleviate that. What's more, Alternate 1, by virtue of its cost, or rather lack thereof, makes resources available to the city for other ways of enhancing the environment, as well as making that environment available to our residents. All this being said, there's one last consideration. Those who speak out against Alternate 1 couch their position in terms of the environment. However, I would like to point out that Alternate 1 is the only avenue whereby we can address environmental considerations while allowing our young residents to actually enjoy the outdoors. It occurs to me that the situation is best addressed with a sense of community collaboration and compromise rather than a zero-sum approach. Finally, I'd like to make a factual clarification. AYSO Region 88 has a standing heat policy where on hot days, parents may choose to withdraw their children from the field and coaches their entire teams. Further, games are mandatorily shortened at 98 degrees and canceled at 102 field temperature. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, we have Victor Roman. Victor Roman, are you here? Okay. Our next speaker is Mark Garcia. Garcia?
Garcia.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Mark Garcia. First of all, thank you for having me here and thank you for the presentation. I'm a resident of Glendale since 1990. I've been an attorney for 35 years, but recently retired, thankfully. So, I have 2 daughters, 31 and 29 years old. They both played in the AYSO program, starting at 5 years old and going through till 18 years of age. And then after they left, I continued on with the program, coaching, reffing, mentoring, to this day still. We have a tournament this weekend. We have people from all over the city, all over the county coming in to play up at the sports complex this weekend. One of the best things the city of Glendale did was about 15 years ago when they changed the fields 4 and 5 up at the complex from grass to artificial turf. And I say grass, there was no grass up there at the time. It was literally, it was a dust bowl. So when we brought the artificial turf in, we had a nice surface, an even surface, a clean surface. The alternative was the nooks and crannies and divots and dirt and dust and everything else. It was a magnificent change, and we were able to use the fields virtually from dawn to dusk, and we did. St. Francis High School came along a few years later. They took another field up at the complex and financed, again, artificial turf. It's a beautiful field. If you go up there, you'll really be amazed to take a look at it, and I'm hoping all of you have been up there before. There's 2 other fields, fields 2 and 3. They're supposed to be grass fields, but one is unusable virtually. It's a field we can't use this weekend up there, nor would we want to use it because it would not reflect good on Glendale because, it's a dirt field. We don't have grass up there. Field 2 is on its last legs. It probably won't last much longer. Again, considered a grass field, but I guess the point I'm trying to get at here is, and I think the report is recognizing this, is that we don't really get grass fields when we say grass fields, unless we did the option of annual resodding, things along that line. Because within a year or two, with the heavy use that we put into these fields, they just don't stand up. They don't stand up, they turn to dirt. We're dealing with clumps of grass, sprinkler heads, and all sorts of things along those lines. So I guess I would emphasize it's really the difference between artificial turf and dirt fields because we really don't get grass. Now, as a final thing, as mentioned by the last speaker, during this time of COVID, AYSO was able to get about 3,000 kids out between the fall and the spring seasons, playing outdoors, playing with their friends. We had a COVID policy in place that monitored masking, monitored vaccinations, monitored testing, but we were still able to get all the kids out there, that many kids out there. We need more fields. We need fields soon.
Mark, your 3 minutes are done.
Thank you much.
Thank you. And if you could call up the next person and then say who's after that so that person can be prepared to come up.
Sure. Next up is Jack Iskanian, and after that we have Artin Hovanesian. So Jack, if you'd like to come up. Jack, you have 3 minutes.
It's not enough for me. Good evening, my name is Jack Iskanian. I founded Leonard Menakin Soccer Academy in 2007 and then became a Glendale Football Club. Since 2007, we were using Glendale Sport Complex turf field, and at the same time, Pacific soccer field, it was grass field. After using 2 months Pacific soccer field, it became soil. There was no grass. There was a grass only on the corner flags. It was reminding you that on this field, there was a grass one time. So every year, they were closing Pacific Park for 2-3 months for reseeding and maintaining the field. We were coming back, about 30% of kids weren't coming back because of the interruption, the practices. So after 3 months, the picture was the same. There was no grass on that field. So thanks to Frank Quintero and Aran Najarian and some people over here, they built turf on Pacific Park. Since then, we are having very organized practices over there. We are using municipal zoo drive field. There are 3 grass fields over there. We are using 2 of them. God knows what kind of grass is that. If someone was complaining about grass field, let them to go over there to check what kind of grass field is that. We need more turf soccer fields in Glendale. We have 3 turf fields in North Glendale, but in South Glendale, we have only 1 Pacific. Nobody can take care of grass field because 700 kids, 8 o'clock in the morning on the field until 4 o'clock. Starting 4 o'clock, different clubs, organizations starting practice one after another until 10 o'clock. When they gonna water this field? When this field is gonna get a rest? Never. Grass is a history. It was in the past. So I was, since I was 11 years old when I started to play soccer, I'm 75 now. No grass field can maintain any, in Glendale, there is no organization can maintain the grass field. In Los Angeles either. Galaxy, LAFC, they don't play on, they play only 1-2 games on that, in their field on grass, and 1 month they maintain the field, maybe 20, 50 people. Grass field is a dream. That's it. Thank you very much. We need more turf soccer fields in Glendale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Artin Hovanesian, you're next, followed by Elder Ruiz. Is Artin here? Artin Hovanesian here? Okay, Elder Ruiz, you're next. Okay. Is Yesenia here? Yesenia Martinez? Yes, you are next, followed by Beatrice Flores.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to support more turf fields for sports, not just soccer, but a lot of sports. These fields are used for all kinds of sports for young children, for adolescents, and for adults. Just in April, we had a mandatory to conserve water. We're in a drought here in Southern California. It's really hard to maintain our grass fields. We have a few grass fields that we do practice on where kids are getting hurt. It's hard to maintain those. One, we don't have enough water. There is no grass on them. They're all dirt. There's holes. So although it's better to have the grass fields, we just don't have that capacity to take care of them. And to take away those turf fields, to implement these grass fields that are going to take a long time to, 1, get them together, 2, to maintain them and keep them closed for a month or 2 months. These kids are not getting the practice, the time on the field. And I agree, a lot of times when we have to close down those fields, we don't get those young children back into these sports. So I really encourage all of you to rethink this and give us the turf fields that the community needs, especially the children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Beatrice Flores? Is Beatrice not here? Okay. Matthew Mira Tomasian? Yes, after Matthew is Ian Blackwood. Matthew, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Chair, commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Matthew Miro Tomasian, and as a coach for Glendale Football Club, I would like to start by saying that I wholeheartedly support the artificial turf's proposal. I've spent my entire life in this beautiful city, and I plan to call it home for many more years to come. We need to be honest and do the right thing for the greater good. We all know natural turf is better. However, how realistic is it? With unheard of drought conditions facing our nation, our state, and our city, it is absolutely unrealistic to put in natural turf and expect to maintain it. This leads me to my pressing question regarding this matter. As this drought worsens, will you decide to shut off the drinking water or shut off the irrigation to a soccer field? Each day you delay this problem is a day you kick the can down the road and make it someone else's problem. This ongoing cycle is killing off the years that kids could be playing outdoors. Please do the right thing and help kids be kids and help them be healthy and happy on the pitch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next up is Ian Blackwood, followed by Adrian Safarian. Ian, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ian Blackwood. I'm a soccer coach both in AYSO Region 88, and a board member, and also a club coach. I've been for 22 years. The impact I want to speak towards is the environmental pitfalls that we're facing with this, because natural turf has had on our communities and youth and adult recreation. These fields are active every day, from sun up to sundown, even past that at some of these fields. Whether it's high school sports, recreational leagues, or simply friendly pickup games promoting community fun, these fields are integral to our community. As a Rosemont Middle School soccer coach for 6 years, we endured numerous injuries due to the poor conditions of the fields. If we're talking about putting more turf in, or if we're natural turf, what is Glendale's response to that? Are we going to upkeep these things? Are we going to put more money into the natural turf so that they are capable of being played on? Because the financial impacts have to be addressed. As a soccer player, I'd love to play on grass, but as much as an S person, but it is virtually impossible here in the Southland. We live in a desert. Turf across Southern California, I've traveled and gone to all sorts of fields and places where soccer is being played. The places that have natural turf are privately owned, privately subsidized, and charge an arm and a leg, because to keep the turf alive costs way too much money. Green space is needed everywhere, particularly in such densely populated areas as Glendale and the greater LA County area. Maximizing that availability for these green spaces should be equally as important. All naturally turf fields spend considerable amount of time each year down for regeneration and field maintenance. I've also played soccer in Glendale my entire life, and I can speak to the perils of heavily used grass fields. As fields degenerate due to high use, the dirt and rock come to the surface over time, presenting multiple hazards and increased chances for ankle and knee injuries over the worn spots. As a Rosemont coach, we suffered so many injuries from the kids twisting ankles because of the undulating patterns that happen from overwear. Finally, I'd like to address overall use of the turf burns referenced. As a soccer player, I've pulled plenty of rocks and dirt and other debris out of my legs as well as a turf burn. I'd rather take a turf burn. We want the best options for our community to express themselves and enjoy parks in Glendale, the parks that Glendale has. Artificial turf affords us the best opportunities for our community. It is the most practical and it is the most common in Southern California by any estimation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Commissioners, we do not have any more speaker cards. We can move on to the calls. Okay.
How many callers are there?
We have like 12 on the line.
Yeah. Let's give them a couple minutes apiece, please. And is the timer not working on the, or does it have to be 3 because the others got 3? Okay, all right. Is the timer not working? Because it seems, because usually
timing on her.
Okay.
Starting it.
Well, I'm used to, when I would speak, there'd be a beeper thing that goes off, or do we
Yeah.
not have that anymore? Or
If I may.
Mhm.
I think we should treat the callers same as those. that
yeah, that's
were
what I said.
here.
Yeah, we can do 3.
3
It's
minutes
just
each.
just encouraging everyone to be as brief as they can and not repeat what other people have already said. So, right, thank you.
Our first caller is Rachel Ridgway. Rachel, are you there? Hi, Rachel. You have 3 minutes. Rachel?
Hello?
Yes. Hi, Rachel. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Rachel, are you here?
Here. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have 3 minutes. Go on.
Thank you. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties trying to unmute. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your presentation to all the members of the city today. I teach at the city of Glendale, and I just wanted to weigh in with some questions. I really appreciate the perspectives that the consultants shared in their analysis, but I would like to just ask, why is this not just an economic decision? Like, it's going to be cheaper to have the grass, and we can make the argument that the grass won't be sustained, but I feel like there's a solution here to manage the grass so that the kids can have the open space, which is very desirable and absolutely something that we want to preserve and expand as much as possible. And also, if natural grass can be sustained, I think it is strongly preferable from a taxpayer perspective, both in terms of economic and environmental sustainability. I'm a little curious why ecosystem services was separated in the analysis from community, because after all, people are a living entity within the larger ecosystem. So I feel like perhaps that valuation should be higher than it is. I would also invite some other questions about the assumptions in the analysis. I think Sierra Club has raised these with respect to watering and soil management, fertilizer and herbicide applications. I think that these sorts of things can be sustainably managed in a way that achieves a compromise for the players and everyone in the community to be able to continue to use these fields in the face of a warming climate, which may have our youth, unfortunately, missing more of their practice and game days as we face a warming world. So I would just remind you to keep that longer view in mind as we think about the life cycle analysis for these projects. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next up, we have George Williams. George, you're on the air. You have 3 minutes. You can go on. George, are you there? Hello, George. We can come back to George later. Next up, we have Elizabeth Vitanza. Elizabeth,
hi.
You have 3 minutes. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name is Elizabeth Vitanza. I am a homeowner, a parent, and a small business owner in Glendale. And I'm just calling to urge you to implement the natural turf option. And I speak from experience. I used to be a teacher in a private school in Los Angeles who did the top-of-the-line artificial turf field with the infill, and I have to say that it was extremely hot. I'm not sure your analysis is correct because they actually did install timed sprinkler systems that went off on very hot days and regularly throughout the week to cool down the artificial turf. So the idea that this is somehow saving water is definitely not the case. And then I would also say that I live near Verdugo Park and Glorieta Park, and somehow those fields manage to stay green all year long. So clearly Glendale Parks and Recreation has the tools and has the skills to keep natural turf green all year long. And so I think we should not let some of these bad faith arguments stand that we've heard tonight, that somehow it's either a barren dirt field or artificial turf. There are many gradations in between. It's not either that or that. So I think we need to look into maintaining good condition natural fields for the good of our planet and our community, and something that our community can enjoy year round. So again, the heat island, the long-term effects, that artificial turf will be around for centuries when it goes into the landfill, when it's used up. So we really owe it to everybody. And I thank the Parks Commission for taking this decision very seriously, because it does have huge impacts down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Next up, we have Michael Tian. Michael, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes, you're live. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's been a long time since I've spoken before anyone in Glendale. My name is Michael Tehan. I'm a resident of Glendale, and I have a daughter who is a soccer player. I also serve as an admin for a local soccer club, Tudela FC Los Angeles. I just want to say a few things from a player's perspective, but I do want to mention one thing about turf versus grass. The failure of grass over turf is really an issue of maintenance. Everyone knows that grass is better to play on. It's better for the environment. It's better in a lot of respects, but it's really worse when it's not maintained. And I think that Glendale actually has an opportunity here, an opportunity that it should actually take advantage of to show Southern California that natural grass can be done correctly and can be much better than anything that artificial turf can muster. It really does take commitment, but I think it's worthwhile. I think clubs are willing to actually pay more money to play on natural grass than artificial turf. From a player's perspective, the perceived injury risk difference between natural grass and turf is not zero. In overall injuries, that's probably the case, but when it comes to ACL injuries, it's 67% more likely to have an ACL injury on artificial turf than it is natural grass. And ACL injuries are career-ending injuries. It takes at least a year to come back, if you come back at all. One of our better players, who actually is, she's actually on the U.S. Women's National U15 team, 4 years ago, fractured her ankle on a brand new artificial turf field. On one of the very first games that was played, and it was devastating for her. She was out for 6 months. Artificial turf plays 30% faster than natural grass. Some people think it's more predictable, but actually it's not. It actually changes the way the whole the whole game is played. From a heat perspective, artificial turf gets so hot that it actually burns feet from the inside of the cleats themselves. My daughter, when she gets off the field, if it's even approaching 100 degrees, when she pulls off the cleats, she has to water her feet down immediately because it literally burns her feet through the cleats. In terms of just the way that its playability, turf is more slippery. You have to change the way that you play. If you're going to play soccer at a high level, and we actually produce a lot of high-level soccer players here in Southern California, there is an absolute shortage of really decent grass fields. And I think Glendale has an opportunity to change that. Occidental installed a natural grass field. Cal State Fullerton has one of the best soccer programs in the nation here in Southern California, and they use natural grass fields. They don't use artificial turf.
Michael,
the
thank
U.S.
you.
Women's national
Your
team,
time is up.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Our next caller is Danelle Limone. Danelle, are you there? It looks like they dropped off.
You want me to cut you in and stay in here, and you gotta get in bed.
Hello, John Bayer. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, you're live. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is John Meyer. I'm a 6-year resident of Glendale and a parent of 2 toddlers who've just started taking soccer classes through the city of Glendale. I am calling to ask you to please not approve artificial turf fields. As several people before me have pretty eloquently stated, this is not the solution. Adding plastic, adding heat, adding death to the fields below what you're installing is not the solution. We are not fixing things. We are not making things better by making things worse. The plastic fields that you're talking about installing will be around for hundreds of years. Wherever they are, they will be around for hundreds of years. Presumably after 10 or 15 or 20 years, I don't know how long they last, but not centuries, they will be in landfills. That's not good for future generations. It's not good for our children. I'm not that familiar with the arguments about soccer one way or the other, but I do hope that my children play soccer. I grew up playing soccer. I grew up playing soccer on grass fields, and I loved it. And I'm kind of amazed at how many people have called in from soccer teams and soccer leagues supporting artificial turf and saying, you know, everybody knows real turf is better. Everybody knows grass fields are better. Well, if that's the case, and again, I don't really know, but if that's the case, then why are they arguing for artificial turf? It seems to me that the only reason to do so is that some of the grass fields that exist are not well maintained or are, you know, getting too much use. So let's tackle that problem. Let's tackle that problem intelligently and with an eye toward the environment rather than just raising everything below the dirt, killing those entire ecosystems for 100 yards at a time, and installing a whole bunch of plastic. More plastic is not the solution. Destroying the environment is not the solution. It's 2022. Let's please just try to do Mother Nature a favor here. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. We have Danella Limone back online.
Yes. Hi.
Hi, you're live. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Yes. I am calling in favor of natural grass, not artificial turf, and piggybacking off of what the previous caller said, that it seems that most people prefer natural grass. The issue is that it needs to be well maintained. But as the mother of a student who attends Edison Elementary, which is near Pacific Park, she also plays Little League there on the natural grass. I would not want her playing on artificial turf. And there's not enough natural areas in her school vicinity already. It's mostly concrete, and that concerns me because of the heat effect. And it seems that we're obviously in a drought. That is an issue. There has to be ways that we can use recycled water to irrigate natural grass, because otherwise we're just contributing more to the heat island effect, which contributes more to the drought, which just exacerbates the problem. So it seems like we're being a little short-sighted if we are thinking about doing turf rather than natural grass. Seems like we can come up with a solution to please all parties. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Donelle. Next up, we have Joanna Pringle. Hi, Joanna.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes. You're on the air.
Hi. Like Danielle, I'm all for children playing sports, and my biggest concern is not making our environment an even bigger problem for their generation to try to mitigate. So I'm strongly against artificial turf. As we all know, it fuels climate change that is the cause of the drought. Plastic is a nightmare to our health and never biodegrades. As lengthy as the report was, I'm really concerned about the report failing to compare apples to apples. And I emailed you all just a few hours ago to enumerate the inaccuracies. As a 36-year resident of Glendale, I'm asking you to avoid artificial turf and all its harm to our environment, and to vote for natural turf. Or at the very least, please get an accurate assessment of the costs and revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Next up, we have Kate Unger. Kate, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Kate. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the commissioners for your attention to public commenters. We really appreciate that. I'm calling to urge you to support natural grass, not artificial turf, for these fields. I live near Fremont Park, and I use that park, so I have a personal stake in this as well as concern for our community's well-being. And I believe we have too few green spaces in Glendale, especially the southern areas, and these precious green spaces should be natural. not artificial. And artificial turf isn't a solution to a lack of maintenance. Maintenance is needed for artificial turf too. And there are so many negatives to artificial turf. Natural turf is far superior for our health and for sustainability. It's the right choice for our community and for our future. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kate. Next up, we have Vivian Conchian. Vivian, are you on the line?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you so much.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to hear me out. I work for an organization called Kiss the Ground, and we champion the importance of soil health to planetary and human health. And recently we conducted a very simple experiment that involved a temperature gun, a field covered with grass, and a field right next to it covered with nothing, bare soil. And what we found was a nearly 80-degree difference in temperatures between the grass-covered field and the field that was covered with nothing. So as we all know, and as we've all brought up over this conversation, our climate's heating up, and we need to be covering our bare soil not with plastic that kills all the life beneath it, but we need to cover it with cooling plants. Plants also pump out oxygen, not toxic fumes, and this is important for human lungs, especially when we're exerting ourselves. Also, keeping soil covered with plants keeps moisture in, conserves water, and restores small water cycles that have the potential to bring local rainfall back. 40% of our rainfall is local and in small water cycles. If we cover with astroturf, we kill all the moisture that is held in soil. So to address the drought question that was brought up many times, from what I understand, 4 out of the 5 proposed sites have reclaimed water that is piped through them. And with Measure W funds, these grass fields can be watered inexpensively. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vivian. Next up, we have Cole Bavamore. Cole, are you there on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Hi, Cole. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi there. Thank you, everyone, for the time that you've given me to speak tonight. I am calling in favor of the natural grass alternative. I think that it doesn't make sense for the city of Glendale to invest in something like artificial grass. We've heard the benefits already enumerated for natural grass. I myself am a soccer player. I've played before on both natural grass and turf, and I can tell you that natural grass is phenomenally better. So let's please just consider that and understand that we have an opportunity here to make a lasting change, lasting impact on the city, and it just doesn't make any sense to me to invest in something that is only contributing to what we've heard about already of contamination, chemicals, the heat island effect, injuries, things like that. So I would urge you all to please consider the natural grass, and I think that's all I'll say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cole. Next up, we have Diane Wolke. Diane, are you on the line?
I am.
Hi, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to you this evening about several of the shortcomings in your life cycle analysis report that was presented this evening. PFAS are a class of over 12,000 man-made synthetic chemicals. California Department of Toxic Substance Control is currently researching PFAS and chemicals of concern in synthetic turf. Shaw Industries turf does have PFAS, make no mistake about it. This hit the news in the Boston Globe on 9 October 2019, 2 hours after a phone interview with a vice president of Shaw Industries that did state that, in fact, they do use PFAS. All synthetic turf contains PFAS. It's added to the extraction method so that the plastic yarns do not stick to the machinery. Natural grass is not replaced every 1 to 5 years. In fact, it never has to be replaced if it's put in properly and it's maintained properly. Organic management increases carbon sequestration. Electric and solar equipment is available. Turf managers, and not just using gardeners and maintenance crew, is key to keeping these fields going. And it's being done across the country and throughout California. There's nothing clean about plastic turf, make no mistake about it. GMAX testing is supposed to be done annually. It tests for hardness of the surface and is an indication of risk for concussion. Natural grass GMAX scores are 80 to 120. Plastic turf should be replaced if a GMAX score reaches 165. Excuse me. I review these records from various cities all the time, and I'm finding most cities maybe do 1 or 2 GMAX tests, if ever at all. It's mind-boggling. Injuries, you need to be comparing peer-reviewed studies, not industry-sponsored studies. Make no mistake about that. The injuries are significant. There is no recycling. The pads, as well as many of the infos, as well as the plastic carpet itself all contain PFAS. It leaches out from these fields, as well as heavy metals. Every single bit of PFAS you add is yours to keep forever. It bioaccumulates in humans. It crosses generations. It affects waterways, soil, and air. It also off-gases methane and ethylene. Because you can't see it does not mean it's not there. Please do not subject children or the community to any of these toxic chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Up next, we have Monica Campagna. Monica, are you there?
Hi, yes, thank you very much. My name is
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Monica Campagna, and I'm a Glendale resident. I take care of the gardens at a GUSD elementary school campus, and I'm a member of the Glendale Environmental Coalition and mom to a GUSD middle schooler. I want to say, for starters, that I support well-cared for natural grass fields for our sports fields, and I think that in a bigger picture, we need to look at new ways to take care of our natural fields, as several callers have already stated. Divvy up playtime, perhaps add another field or two, and I'll remind us Burbank has no soccer fields, so maybe our 2 parks departments could talk about that. In the last commission meeting on this topic, Parks Department said that maybe they could put another field up at the sports complex, but were directed to put more fields in South Glendale, so that's where they were focused. Unfortunately, replacing grass with plastic is only taking away green space from South Glendale, and we all know how important green space adding it in South Glendale is right now. Perhaps we could hire a turf manager if we don't have one, get more creative with our use of stormwater capture systems, gray water reuse, seed mixes, and perhaps we could pilot a hydroponic-style system to support healthier grass with deeper roots that can use gray water, so we can find a better solution for everybody, our sports leagues and park users and our school children alike. We really should be looking at that Measure W stormwater capture funding, which does include support for ongoing maintenance costs, which I know is a very important thing. First and foremost, heat. No perceived benefit of plastic grass matters if we have fields too hot to play on, or we create these environments around those fields that are hot and miserable for children and families in the community. Field times seems to be one of the main concerns and one of the main influencers in the scoring in the LSA. If our field users continually measured actual field temperatures on warm days as recommended in the LSA, and the city implements a mitigation tactic that says play must stop if the fields reach over 120 degrees Fahrenheit, how often will that field use be shut down compared to how it is now? Understanding these fields are 40 to 50 degrees hotter, as they would not be cooled with water, and they include shock pads, which further elevate the field temperatures. How many days are we talking about that field play would need to stop if we adhere to this? And as years go by and temperatures continue to rise with more and more heat days, will we think this was a smart decision? I really don't think that high heat field temperatures are being reflected in the calculation. Number 2, pushing back a bit on not considering the urban heat island effect in scoring. One of the studies referenced in the LSA from the Journal of Applied Meteorology and Climatology said that replacing grass ground cover with artificial turf could elevate the urban air temperatures by about 7 degrees Fahrenheit. So Even if the fields are not respiring heat at night, like asphalt might, air temperatures around that field might be 7 degrees hotter during the day. So these fields have major impacts to everyone, from other students on the campus.
Monica, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mary Baldwin is next. Mary, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, you have
Thank you
3
very
minutes.
much. Thank you for taking my call, Commissioners. I will be very, very brief. I live in South Glendale. I am a longtime Glendale resident, and I hope you vote against artificial turf. That's actually not the problem. The problem in Glendale, especially South Glendale, is that we need more parks. These parks are just overrun because we have so few. And South Glendale recently had an entire block of homes raised to put in a parking lot, which creates another wonderful heat island that nobody wanted or needed. So I hope that you vote against artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Up next, we have Shauna Boston. Shauna, hi, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your time this evening and for the chance to weigh in. I'm calling to gently and forcefully urge for support of natural turf grass instead of artificial turf for the reasons that were mentioned previously, including artificial turf, increase in heat island effect, localized issues detrimental to wildlife, as well as injuries. So I am urging natural turf, but again, with the opportunity to maintain it appropriately. So that includes an increase in resources and maintenance, a commitment to really make sure that these fields are well maintained. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shauna. Up next, we have Amy Daragisian. Amy, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Amy. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for giving me this time and space to speak. My name is Amy, and I have lived in Glendale from day one. I have 2 kids. They practice year-round, and artificial turf is the best option, in my opinion, for our kids to play year-round. I used to play on dirt bowls at the complex in that Pacific, and it's not a pleasant experience. Natural grass for general open space may be good. However, with the usage sports fields, hands down, I think turf is the better solution here. And one last thing, in SoCal, grass is not an indigenous plant. It is an uphill struggle to grow any item not indigenous to the original landscape, even if it is natural. So I just wanted to give my opinion, and I believe that for our children today, that artificial turf is the best option. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Commissioners, Chair, and President, that is all the callers that we have.
Okay. Thank you. You did a fine job of rolling those calls. Appreciate it. So does anyone have any questions from any of the people that have already presented? I know it was a lot to take in. Or thoughts?
Point of order, are we taking questions from Sustainability Commissioners first and then Parks and Recreation Commissioners? I believe that was...
Yes, we'll start with the Sustainability Commission. They can ask their questions, and then afterwards, the Parks Commission can ask their questions.
Okay. I have a point of clarification I wanted to ask. I was looking at the report before the meeting, and there was that part where they were talking about in Fremont Park where there's like quote unquote unauthorized soccer playing going on, and that they want to convert that play area to a soccer field with artificial grass. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, Chair Warner, members of the commissions, both commissions, Coco Panos, and Deputy Director for Parks. Fremont Park underwent a master planning process in 2016. We invited the community, we met at Fremont Park, and we laid out all of the amenities that the park should have. And the community voted to incorporate a soccer field as part of the master plan in that turf area that is located in the south southeast corner of the park. It is now just a natural open turf area. There is unauthorized soccer play that continues to happen, and through the process and through communities' request and the appropriate approvals that we got from both commissions and the city council, the master plan does include a new soccer field, albeit a smaller size soccer field, but there will be one as part of the master plan in that park.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I was understanding that correctly, that we're not just talking about existing sports fields being converted, but actually play areas being converted to soccer fields with the artificial turf. Okay, so for me, the turf war, as I'm coining the phrase here, is not about whether it's artificial turf or whether it's natural turf. It's we all know that park space is a scarce resource here in Glendale. You know that our own recreation element even mentioned many years ago that it's over 800 acres short of what we should have for a population our size, and that report is over 10 years old, so I imagine that number is probably even greater since we haven't really been adding parks, at least not in the last 20 years or so. And so I really feel like there's a effort to, one of my takeaways is that, grass is bad for soccer, so let's get rid of it, is what I'm hearing, even though they're not saying it that way, but they're saying grass isn't quite cutting it, so to speak, and we need this other material so that we can play soccer longer when, you know, there's other uses for that field. There are people who live in Glendale who don't play soccer. I played soccer in middle school, so I like soccer, but a lot of people don't play soccer, but what they would like is more open space, since we have all these apartment buildings where they get variances on open space, and children are growing up with like zero access to space. I grew up going to parks a lot as a kid. It was a big part of my childhood, and I really feel like the leaders in Glendale have failed, you know, just over the many years that they're failing the children of Glendale in terms of giving them access to open space. So even the folks advocating for artificial turf were also saying that kids need to be outside playing. I think that's something everyone in this room and who've called in can agree on. I'm just a little bit concerned about, you know, the effects that soccer playing has on natural grass, and that it's going on in an unauthorized way, and that the solution is to give this land, a scarce resource, to people who've been illegally using it for a purpose that it wasn't intended to. And it's not safe for small children to play near people who are you know, running around and kicking soccer balls. They could get injured and so on. So then those kids will, you know, the smaller kids will shy away, and then it doesn't get used. And I just think we need to be thinking about programming those areas in a way that makes it more inviting to kids. I went up to the sports center today, looked at it. I met this charming group of older gentlemen who are part of the program that we have for older people to play soccer. They ranged in age from early 70s, one of them was in his early 90s, and I thought it was great that they were out there using that field. But I asked them if any of them lived in Glendale, and none of them did. So they love the field. It's superior to others in the area and so on. But I feel like we're leaving the children of Glendale behind to become like this much wider resource for people who don't even live in the city. So it costs $2 a day for these folks to come in and use the facility, but what about, you know, the kids of Glendale that don't have places to play? So that's something that I just wanted to bring up. I also went over to the Wilson Middle School. I lived in Glendale over 30 years, had never been to either the sports center or the Wilson Middle School, so it was a big day. But there was what probably used to be a playground. It was sitting there completely empty, even though it was lunchtime and all the kids were outside. They're all crammed over in the other half of the school grounds and the concrete area, while this big field just sat there with nothing going on. So there's definitely, I know that's being earmarked for possibly becoming another field, but it just seems like it's off limits to the students during the day or something. I don't know why nobody was over there. It's just kind of weird, but it seems like that's an underutilized space even during the day for students. Like it's almost like, you know, if you don't play sports, like you don't matter or something, like you don't get access to open space and playing. And yet that's so important for early childhood development, is that unstructured play, not just being in a team sport, but also that cooperative play where kids learn soft skills, the kinds of skills that employers look for, like, you know, cooperation, resilience, that sort of thing. And I just feel like no one's talking about that. It's all come down to this, you know, one sport, and that seemed like that was all that mattered, all the study was based on. No one said, hey, what happens if we don't use it for soccer, so then we don't have to replace the turf every year? You know, it's almost like it's this given that they're entitled to these areas of the park, and we must replace the grass every single year, otherwise it's not suitable for soccer. Well, there's other things that space can be used for besides soccer, so I just wanted to throw that out there. So someone else can talk. I've talked long enough.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I have several comments, general comments, plus some specific issues with the LCA. I fully understand the desire for increased playing time for children and adults in soccer leagues. Very important. You had a very eloquent young speaker up earlier who talked about the greater good. I'm going to use that same phrase, but I'm going to come to completely the opposite conclusion that he did. I've got to make this very clear. Plastics cause climate change. Artificial turf is made of plastic. If you support the use and purchase of plastic items, you are supporting the exacerbation of climate change. Climate change is here, it's now, it's existential. So I don't think the LCA brought that up, made that point clearly enough. Almost without exception, plastics are derived from fossil fuels. The extraction, the transportation, and the use of fossil fuels as raw material manufacturing products causes climate change. So you simply knowing climate change is a greater threat to all of us than lack of playing fields. So if you support plastic products, you are indirectly supporting climate change. Just want to make that absolutely clear. That can't be, that's incontrovertible at this point. Just a couple points on the LCA. I feel, I'm not impugning staff by any means. I think you did a very thorough report. But I think if this were a truly neutral and unbiased LCA, it would not have used the staff report assumptions. I think the authors of the LCA should have developed their own assumptions and inputs and their own scoring system and how they weighted the different scores. So I'm just puzzled by that. I work for city government, and I've never seen a previous staff report utilized in that manner at all. If there's an issue with a previous report, you start from scratch. You don't recycle things. Specific points of objection to the LCA. Cutting artificial turf into chalk pads is not recycling. I work in solid waste recycling, zero waste. It's a form of reuse, but those chalk pads will not be recycled at the end of their useful lives. Nobody is recycling plastic of that type. And even if the manufacturer is guaranteeing that they will, I'm at a loss to understand who and what facilities would ever do that. The costs for doing that are just prohibitive. I can't see anybody arguing in good faith that that product will ever be recycled. I feel the emphasis on PFAS was downplayed in the report. PFAS are forever chemicals. There are thousands of them out there. They are suspected carcinogens, meaning cancer-causing agents. So when you have children playing on artificial turf, you are exposing your children to cancer-causing agents. They inhale dust. They come into contact with the microplastics that are shed by the turf. So I just feel the PFAS was downplayed too much, and I didn't really understand the score. I think natural grass was given a score of 5 and artificial turf at 3. I can't see how artificial turf got any points for PFAS. I don't agree with the 2 days over 100 degrees. I don't think that's accurate. I think that's very low. And I can remember a couple years ago where I had my AC on for 4 months almost continuously because we had high temperatures for months. I think the LCA is wrong as far as the heat island effect. 2 of those 3 sites that were considered are in highly populated areas that are not more remote like the sports complex. I think the assumptions regarding watering were inaccurate. They didn't really fully account for the availability of recycled water. Let me see, what else? I agree that maintenance is one of the big issues, and I'm not trying to downplay that as something that's very simple. I used to live in Arizona, and the Keno Sports Complex in Tucson hosts a lot of professional teams off-season. They managed to maintain a grass turf in a desert environment there. And point of clarification, we are semi-arid at this point. We are not a desert environment, but they are maintaining turf that's used year-round because they've got a very complex, detailed maintenance, watering, reseeding schedule and protocol that they put into place in Tucson. I agree with our commissioner here that local residents should be prioritized, but the last thing I will say is that plastics cause climate change. If you continue the use and purchase of plastics, you are contributing to the exacerbation of climate change. Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair, we have a caller on the line. Would you like to cut off calls at this? Okay.
Commission, can I address the members? Okay. So I agree with Commissioners Pinkerton and Werner for advocating for natural turf fields, but I think it's important to think about the mission of sustainability in the first place. And so if we were to go with artificial fields in order to save water and for this vision of conservation and for the environment, I think that sort of belies the whole purpose of sustainability in the first place, because part of our mission is to preserve and appreciate natural spaces like grass fields. And so if we were to implement artificial fields in order to preserve grass fields, I feel like there's a sort of a contradiction right there. But I also recognize that sports and being able to interact with other people in a competitive environment is essential to who we are as human beings. And I don't want to say because of the environment or because of potential cancer-causing ingredients in artificial fields, you can't play it. I feel like although the risk of cancer and climate change are extremely high, no one doubts that, people should be allowed to play soccer, play basketball, because these are things that make life what it is for human beings today. And so I'd like to put forth maybe a compromise. I'm not really sure who to address this to, but I'd just like to throw this out there. Maybe for parks, go towards the natural turf and grass, but for, let's say, the Glendale Sports Complex and the Pacific Community Center, think about maybe going towards an artificial turf, so that way we have the benefit of natural turf in parks where the usage is not only and mainly for, let's say, soccer or lacrosse or any team activities, while on these sports complex fields and community centers, they are mainly geared towards usage of sports. And I think that maybe if you look towards a compromise like that, you'd be able to at least allow people to both play sports and appreciate open spaces at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You must have read my mind, because I even said, when I was up at the sports complex, I spoke with Gabrielle, who works up there, and I had said that to her before I left. The sports complex was built for sports. That's why it's there, and it attracts people from all over the world. Actually, there's like national, international events there and so on. But I don't think that, the parks that were built for the community should be relegated to becoming, to being converted into AstroTurf or whatever brand we're Shaw turf fields. It just seems like we're taking away from, the taxpayers of Glendale who are paying for all these programs, and then we're, giving that away to some extent. And I know these programs bring in revenue, but I'm told from Gabrielle that it costs the city a lot of money for staffing, for preparing these fields, for before the game and then after the game and all this kind of thing. So they're not even breaking even. So if anyone thinks that this is some big, cash cow or something, it's not. It's not even quite paying for itself from what she said. So just throwing that out there. So would you like to speak? Excuse me?
I believe our consultant Ravi has his hand up and would like to maybe respond to some of the comments that have been said.
Okay. Well, would you like to speak? You haven't spoken yet.
Sure.
Yeah.
Couple of things. Number one, drought is real. The environment today and the amount of rain that we get today, it's very cyclical in nature. We're getting too much in short amount of time, and then a whole months of drought. I personally have artificial grass in my backyard, so I have personal experience because I tried to grow grass. I tried fertilizers and seeds and all that. I failed for 2 years, and I gave in, put artificial grass. The heat effect that some people mentioned, it's real. During noon hours when it's 90 plus degrees, you can't walk barefoot on the grass, on the artificial grass. But if you have shoes on, you're not going to feel it. So it would be hypocritical of us, city decision makers and whatnot, to tell residents to save water, don't water more than twice a week or whatever, but turn around and water the city-owned properties, the fields, on a daily basis so that the grass can grow. So we need to be real about this. If the choice is between farmers and the field, I'm going to pick farmers getting the water and not the fields. In terms of safety, Commissioner Warner, like you, I did an unscientific survey. I went to the field. I talked to people that were using it over the last few days. One person who was annoyed by me interrupting his calisthenics and stretching exercises before soccer told me I got the ankle injury not because of playing on artificial grass, because of playing on substandard real grass that was half dead, and there were clumps of grass all over. So if you talk about safety, I don't doubt the ACL injuries survey that was mentioned in the petition that we got today. That's real. But did they also compare the ACL injuries on substandard grass fields? So that's something that we often don't take into consideration. To my colleague who mentioned the compromise, it's my understanding that the artificial grass, if installed, it'll be just for the fields. We're not removing all grass from all of the park. It's simply that rectangular, field area. And I've been up to, the parks that have it today, including Pacific. Pacific only has one area that's artificial grass. So as much as it pains me that we're adding petroleum-based products, but the technology, the economics are not there today for soy-based product or whatever, vegetable-based product. And it's unrealistic to say we're going to give the fields 2-month break so that we can turn around and play a few months and then turn around and give it another 2-month break. I would much rather have my kids play on artificial grass than not play at all. In terms of Fremont, I was there on Sunday, and people are playing soccer while, the grills are on and the families are there. It's more dangerous to play around those trees than to have a flattened artificial grass area that's designated for the sport that it was intended for. So, I mean, that's all I have. But, over the last few days, this has not been an easy decision for me.
Yeah.
But
to clarify, I mean, Coco did say that they're going to convert play area to artificial turf in Fremont Park specifically, and possibly Cerritos. I wasn't sure on that. I know people that were involved in getting that park built, and I knew they were very adamant about it not turning into a soccer field. But here we are.
Yeah, Chair Warner, if I could, explain and clarify. So in terms of Fremont Park, there currently is not a soccer field. As Commissioner Kartunian mentioned, on Sunday mornings, there is what we call unauthorized soccer play, adults that get together and do play. And the community knows that. The community knows this to be true. The neighbors know this to be true. And one of the reasons why we and the community determined that it's ideal to build a soccer field here is for the purpose Commissioner Kartunian said. We can actually fence it and designate it for soccer play. So the kids that are playing around the area, or the elderly sitting at the picnic tables, are not going to get kicked by flying balls from this unauthorized soccer play. And we're not able to limit the unauthorized soccer play. It's not only at this park, at other parks as well. So we are essentially taking that little turf area, the open turf area that is designed just for open turf, and we are converting it to a soccer field.
That is very scarce in the city, and that, it's taking, very scarce open space in the city and giving it to a specific use, and then putting up a fence and keeping people from going there instead of just enforcing the no soccer playing in this unauthorized soccer space, right? That's another approach we could take, is just having them not endanger the other people trying to use the park, right?
Chair Warner, any approach such as that can be a solution to consider. The fact that we have, in the past 19 and a half years that I have been here, not been able to keep those unauthorized soccer players off the fields tells me that we won't be able to succeed continually, because by the time they start playing and people complain and we get the cops out there, either the games are done or there's a high risk of possibility a kid that's running around the area is going to get kicked up by the ball. And again, this went through numerous community meetings, commission meetings, and council meetings, and the determination at the time was, albeit you may have a difference of opinion at this point, that area designated for soccer is an ideal choice for that park as part of the master plan. So your point's well taken. We can even post no soccer play, but the ordinance does not allow the no soccer play at facilities, because there is no such ordinance. You can't play soccer. So we try to enforce our park rules and regulations that look at authorized and unauthorized soccer play. The ones that are pickup plays are not authorized, obviously, and it's not a permitted area because it's not an official soccer field. So we work with PD, try and get those to resolve and stop being
But they
played.
could plant more trees, put in, water features. They could put in things that would make it less, flat and enticing to unauthorized
Absolutely. The goal has been throughout, though, to try and meet the demand that we've been facing the last 20 years of the necessity for additional soccer fields. And we had looked at different opportunities, and this seemed to be one of the ideal situations, given its location, given that it already is being used for that purpose, given that it has open turf field, and it became one of the choices for a solution for the demand that we have been trying to address the past 20 years.
And would some of this funding come from developer impact fees?
Chair Warner, that is correct. Fremont Park is funded by numerous different funding sources. One of them is development impact fees, as well as capital improvement funds and grants that are included in the mix. So yes, it is one of the funding sources for Fremont Park. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I'd rather see the money spent towards acquiring new park space so that more people can have access to outdoor play, rather than reprogramming existing parks like we keep doing. I know that would qualify, I guess, as an expanded use, converting the natural. That's, in fact, I think it's one reason why we're all here is if they're just keeping natural grass, that doesn't qualify for these impact fees. But if they convert it to this other recreational use, that's considered like an expanded service, and then it qualifies for these fees. And as someone who lives in South Glendale, who's borne the brunt of all this development and so on, that's offensive to me that their solution for the children of Glendale who are being deprived of park space in South Glendale, that money is going to be used to remove even more park space from their use by converting it to this specific need.
Chair Warner, members of the commission, you're absolutely correct. The DIF funds can be used to purchase properties in South Glendale. We're actively looking. We're working with our community development department to see if we can work on a joint project, housing/parks. But to purchase a property in Glendale and South Glendale now, it's just too expensive. We don't have the funds. An acre and a half will cost upwards of 12 to 15 million just to buy the property, and then another 3 to 4 million to develop it. So we are working with our housing department to see if there are properties available for a joint project in South Glendale.
Well, they've been mentioning for years about having play areas in existing school grounds, and I saw the St. Francis partnership up at the stadium or at the sports place, and that looked great. But it's for, you reserve it, you play one of a couple different sports, and that's it. It's not, for the community as a whole just to go run around and play and connect with nature or something. That's not what that is, and yet that's what we were all hoping for out of these partnerships with schools was instead of just chaining a school off on the weekends and after school, that they were open and had, playground equipment and things that would that's what I used to do after school, is play around on all the equipment. I don't know what happened in those days, but they seem to have vanished. So you haven't spoken yet. Would you like to say something, Commissioner?
Thank you. In a perfect world, nobody wants plastic grass. I think that's something we can all agree on. But when I imagine playing on grass, I imagine this lush green field that's moist, that's even, that's thick. But the people who are actually utilizing these fields are reporting that we have dirt, that we have this arid, dry place that is not useful, it's not beautiful, it's not healthy.
Well, it's caused by the soccer playing. The actual activity of playing is damaging the grass.
Every year, given the fact, I think Commissioner Kartunian spoke to that, we're saying that if we were to plant real grass, we need to take a couple months off and cycle in order for that grass to grow back. Having the grass, it's we're wasting water. It's going to probably result in more labor costs, more maintenance on a day-to-day basis. Some of the arguments that were made, the safety issues were not very compelling to me because I believe that there's just as much injury on grass. The heat was something that is kind of nagging at me, and I'm just wondering if there's a way to use a color that's lighter that might reflect less heat. Is that something that's been considered?
Commissioner Kanjan, I'm having a hard time reading. I hope I didn't.
Yes, you got it right.
Commissioner Kanjan, so to answer the question, currently the rubber pellets that we have at the existing fields, they are rubber, they're black, and they do absorb a lot more heat. The reason that we are moving from that into more of a geofill, a natural fill, you're talking about sand and coconut husks. We believe, and as has been identified by the manufacturer and the field down in the city of Downey that the consultant referred to in their conversations and my conversations with them, it doesn't get the same level of heat impact for the rubber. Partially because it's not black, partially because it's not rubber, it is more natural. They do have different color rubber pellets. You can try to go, there's green pellets just to kind of do the colors. We have not tried that, and I can't say for a fact that green pellets, rubber pellets are going to be less warmer, hotter than the black ones, but I do know that the natural fill is going to be cooler than the rubber. That is not saying that I equate it to the level of a natural grass field, but that is an answer. I don't know if it addressed the question. Color itself may have an impact, but the fact that we're not considering the rubber pellets, I'm more comfortable in my position in the last report I did and the conversations we've had with others who have this, that the fields will not be as hot as the rubber fields.
Okay, yeah, that's the one thing that's kind of nagging at me. Like if we could somehow try to make it so that it's a lighter color, so that it's cooler, I think that would solve a lot of the issues and that would kind of eliminate the heat argument. So for me, I mean, it's like nobody wants waste, nobody wants the plastic, but at the same time, I don't want to do a disservice to the children who should be playing, who are not getting to play because of the state of our fields. And I'm, and I just want to say I'm very touched that the people that actually showed up to speak on this were the people that are for the artificial turf. So, thank you.
So I understand and appreciate what the LCA was set out to do. It tries to take a very complicated situation and factor in all these sorts of inputs and variables and adds weights to things and spits out a score to help us best make an informed decision. To me, this LCA or an LCA is only as good as the inputs as it receives, and only as good as the framework that is created for those inputs. So as I go through this LCA and as we've heard through the presentation, there are some oddities about how things are scaled. There are some things that are not even given a score, like the urban heat island effect. And frankly, just curious about how the methodology produced what it did. So at the end of the day, for me, as an urban planner, this is really the crux of the issue, is how is the methodology defined? And how is it that we get to the score that we did for these two alternatives? And to be honest with you and to be upfront, I'm a little bit bothered by the third option being presented, which is the crumb rubber option, because in my mind, it just creates a third comparison to uplift the benefits or the score of the other plastic grass option. And I see that with some of the scoring. The crumb rubber would get score 1, but the geofill would get a score 2. And I think to myself, okay, if the crumb rubber wasn't even a factor, would the plastic grass get a score of 1? Would it get a lower score because we're only comparing two options? So the way this is framed is problematic for me, and it creates issues that makes me feel like we are not making the best informed decision with the information that's given to us. So that's the context for what I'm about to dive into, which is a bunch of questions. So the issue about water, the LCA, I think, makes reference to some industry standard for how water calculations are made and the carbon impacts that are associated with it. Well, the industry standard, as I understand it, does not factor in the fact that the city of Glendale is using recycled water for 4 out of the 5 facilities. And the 5th facility is just a few hundred or a couple hundred feet away. And regardless of this field type, whether it's plastic grass or real grass, the park itself, in the long run, should be using recycled water. And I know that the Parks Department has said that they're looking into it, and they should, regardless of this issue. So I want to make clear that, yes, we're in a drought. We should be conserving water. But we're also using reclaimed water. And part of the reason why the city of Glendale currently is not subjected to the Metropolitan Water District restrictions is because we use our own groundwater, partially. It's either 20% or 30%, something around that range. We owe it to ourselves to replenish that groundwater. So with these irrigated fields, we're actually providing a benefit to ourselves by replenishing that groundwater. As you know, recycled water is treated at the wastewater facility, and if it's not used here locally, where does it go? It gets dumped into the LA River, and it goes into the ocean, and we never see it again. So that's not mentioned in the LCA. There's no score that's associated with the benefit to using reclaimed water locally and the benefit to not using or tapping into that not virgin water, that drinkable water, drinking water. So I take issue with this assessment with water, and I think that's very important to distinguish. Now, this whole idea that plastic grass doesn't need water, the manufacturer says that the plastic needs to be hydrated. And it poses the question with this subsurface material and it being geofill, are we degrading the product over time by not irrigating it? Are we really assuming a 20-year lifespan with this subsurface material that is essentially never going to be watered, or based on the report is not being watered? I'd like to understand a little bit more about that. And if we're not sanitizing the plastic grass with irrigated water, how are we doing that? How are we on an interim basis or an as-needed basis actually irrigating the water? Are we trucking in a big truck with water? Are we hosing it down? Are the greenhouse gases associated with that factored in? That's like a specific question that I'd like to have an answer for.
Yeah, Commissioner Barsroff, on the second portion of the question, for the current plans for artificial turf fields, we have quick couplers, which is an easy way of saying you can connect a hose and be able to water things down. The plan for all three fields is to use a hose if there is a spill that needs to be cleaned up, to quickly connect a quick coupler and get a hose out and be able to do so. No need for bringing in watering trucks. It's all part of the plan to address that.
Okay, so is that use of that water factored into the LCA? Is the LCA assuming that there will be zero water used for the plastic grass option?
That one I will refer to the consultant, but I can tell you that over the last so many years on an annual basis, maybe once or twice that they had to do some cleanup, whether it was a blood, somebody got injured and had to be washed off, and or other means that needed to be done. So you're using very minimal water, a couple of buckets of water to address those. It's very insignificant, yet I can't speak whether they incorporated that water use as part of the overall plan as when they came up with the no need for water. I can tell you that you're right, the manufacturer does recommend the use of water to kind of wet things down. And I believe one of the speakers said that we do have the sprinklers over at the sports complex. That is also true. When we built the sports complex 2005, we did install the large sprayers. There's 6 per field that can actually wet the entire field down. And the caller was also correct. Infrequently, it was used on the warmer days to actually water things down. And however, based on practice and what we experienced, is it gives you only a very temporary relief from the heat. And going forward, we determined that the future fields, like the one over at Pacific and the ones we have currently designed, they're not going to have the sprayer for the use, because artificial turf, as correctly mentioned by at least 1 or 2 commissioners, it does need potable water. You can't use recycled water on artificial turf fields. So if we do install those sprayers, it would have to be connected to potable water. And albeit, even if you do water, the use of water to water grass versus 5 minutes of using the sprayers on a field, there's a significant difference. Just to give you an example, every station that we have that could be comprised of a line of sprinklers on a large field would need to be going for about 40 to 45 minutes for it to have an impact on a large field, because they spray 60 to 80 feet out. Just imagine that at 2 or 3 stations that need to be per field versus just 5 minutes of all sprayers watering. So even if you do apply water on an artificial turf field, there's a significant difference between what you apply for artificial turf field versus natural grass. So really, the comparison there is not quite a legitimate comparison.
Yeah, and that's fair. And that makes total sense to me. I'm not saying that it's unequal use, but these discrepancies, as minor as they may seem, do impact the score that is given to us using this LCA. So the overall score of these two options is not that great. It's 3.4 versus 3.8. It's not a slam dunk for either option. And so if I find 20 of these variables where these things are omitted or not accurately depicted in the LCA, it might tip the scale. And so that's what I'm picking apart here is I'm not understanding the comparison because that information is not accurately inputted into the LCA analysis. But let's move away from water for a second.
This is Ravi. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I've been holding comments to the questions that have been raised, but this is a particular simple response. Would now be a good time to respond to the particular assumption about water consumption for the artificial turf, or should I hold that with the rest of the more complex conversations or discussions?
Well, you had the floor, so.
If you have the quickest answer, we can take it now.
Excuse me, the artificial turf grass for geofill was scored at 4.02 as opposed to the 5 that was given to crumb rubber. There's a larger conversation about why we incorporated that option into the study, which I won't include now. But despite the non-desire to water the artificial turf grass with geofill for the purposes of cooling, we specifically gave it that score for the occasional watering with the quick couplers, either for cleanup or to maintain the humidity of the infill. So I just wanted to add that comment there for accuracy's sake.
Thank you. So does one of my first questions about not irrigating the plastic grass is, does this degrade the subsurface materials over time? Because the Shaw maintenance plan or document does say that it provides longevity. It allows for the subsurface materials to breathe or whatever it is that they do. Are we shortening the lifespan of the product by not using the manufacturer's recommendation?
So this is an example of where we ask questions of the manufacturer outside of the manufacturer's recommendations. And our feedback that we summarized was that if we are maintaining the humidity of the infill, particularly for the cushion, and I believe one of the callers referenced the hardness metric there as well, then you are not shortening the lifespan of the material. We made a conservative estimate that does not directly align with all the manufacturer recommendations, in that we use a 10-year lifespan of the artificial turf and 20 years based on evidence for older products that don't have equivalent lifespans here.
Okay, so
Direct feedback from the manufacturer, but not written in their warranted manufacturer's plans.
Thank you. I'll consider that information missing because it's not consistent with their maintenance plan, and we're not in a climate where we're maintaining humidity for these fields. So I'm going to note that to myself and move on. This idea about usability, I'm curious about because for plastic grass fields, we're assuming a all year 365-day usability. And I also heard from one of the commenters that they have different standards for sports cancellations. The city has different standards for cancellations. And I think even the folks that produced the LCA pointed out that there should be different standards because the surface temperatures get so hot. So the LCA assumes full use of the fields, but I'm hearing from sports users that I think that what was mentioned specifically was 102 degrees surface temperature. So I'm thinking to myself, there was another commenter that said there were something like 80 days last year that exceeded 90 degrees. To me, 90 degrees of air temperature far exceeds the 102 surface degrees on a plastic grass field. So, and that's about, what, 25% of the calendar year, where in theory this particular team or this particular group's sport would be canceled. So are we really assuming a 365-day use? Assuming heavy rainstorms, I know after rainstorms they're usable, but during rainstorms, during excessive heat, are we really endorsing the fact that on a 100-degree day or a 99-degree day or even a 90-degree day, that it's safe for people to use these fields when temperatures exceed 130, 140 degrees? Because this kind of gets to the crux of the issue. This whole distribution of CO2 and carbon over the usable hours of the field is kind of what we're getting at. Because apples to apples, obviously real grass is not as carbon emitting as plastic grass, but for some reason we're factoring in the maximized usability of this plastic grass, and I want to get to the crux of that.
Commissioner Barsroff, based on past experiences, is what we have highlighted in this report, as well as I believe in the LCA, there's a segment that identifies the number of days that games were canceled. And in comparison, when you're looking at both fields, one of the reasons why the natural turf field seems to be a lot less used, specifically when it comes to soccer, is the fact that we have to shut it down at minimum 3 months a year. So you factor that in, there goes about 25% increase or 30% increase of the use, just that fact alone, that we have to shut it down. The question about which agency or which organization using the field and a standard that might needs to be the same to cancel games or whatnot, that is something based on the recommendation we'll be visiting, regardless of what type of field we go with these fields, because we still have other artificial turf fields, that will be discussed and to come to some sort of a resolution. But based on historical knowledge and experience on a given year, it is less than about 10 days that we have to shut the fields down because of field temperature use. So the number of more hours to the artificial turf is not inaccurate. Maybe you're looking at it from a different perspective, but add those 3 months into the mix, plus talk about the rainy season. You can literally play half hour after it rains on an artificial turf field, and individuals behind me can probably attest to that. I, as a player, and obviously in my posts, can attest to that as well. Whereas on take the two baseball fields you saw at the sports complex, if it rains more than about an inch or so, we have to shut those fields for about 6 to 7 days because we cannot safely allow any groups to be on there to play. So those factor into the hours of playability, natural turf versus artificial turf. And that's based on experience, and those numbers we're not just pulling out of thin air.
Sure, but the recommendations that are coming out of this report suggest that we reassess those usable hours. So to me, this is another missing piece. We don't know how many usable hours we will have with the new recommendation that we are going to look at some later time. So that's another piece that I want to note. As far as revenue goes, I'm really curious about this because the multi-purpose plastic grass fields generate $160,000, while a natural grass field generates $30,000. And I was looking at the staff report, this is on page 39. CSP currently doesn't have natural grass multi-purpose soccer fields. Thus, the revenue listed is from rental of natural grass ball fields, which are sometimes used as multi-purpose fields to rent to soccer users when it's not used for baseball or softball. So we don't have grass multi-purpose fields, and yet we're somehow extrapolating a revenue using what fee structure? Like, are we essentially saying that this grass ball field is used for soccer and being charged the same amount as actual soccer field? And I'd like to know the like, why is it so, why are we talking about 160 to 30? It seems so wild to me.
Commissioner Barstow, the 160,000 is for artificial turf, and the 30,000 is for natural turf. And those
But
are
we don't have natural turf multi-purpose fields, right?
Well, when we say multi-purpose fields, it's, for example, Verdugo Park has a baseball field. So they use the outfield. Soccer will use Bay Permit outfield, and we charge a rental fee for the Bay Permit field or for the outfields.
But the baseball field fee is different from a soccer field
Yes.
fee.
The
Okay,
baseball fee, yes.
so this is not an apples to apples comparison, because we currently don't have a grass multi-purpose field, and we're saying a baseball field with grass, we're charging this much, and a multi-purpose plastic grass field, we're charging this much. Why aren't we saying that if we had a natural grass multi-purpose field, it would generate this much money because we're charging the same amount for a plastic grass field?
No, because we're calling, for example, sports complex Field 4 and Field 5. The majority of the sports being played on that field is soccer, but we call it a multi-purpose field because we play lacrosse, flag football, soccer, frisbee golf. So that's why we're calling it a multi-purpose field. So the 160,000 and the 130,000 is those two fields.
Sure.
The natural turf fields, we call multi-purpose field. So for example, Shoal Complex has 3 baseball fields. We rent that out for soccer during the non-soccer season, and our soccer groups pay for the outfield of those baseball fields. So they pay the baseball field rate, which is part of our fee schedule. Our fee schedule has different rates. That'd be the approved youth group rate, nonprofit rate, standard rate, commercial rate, and the I said standard rate. So that's, I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, like, this Pacific, let's take Pacific, for example, or Fremont, it doesn't matter, Fremont. Whether it's plastic grass or real grass, aren't we charging the same amount?
No, different. Plastic grass, basically, artificial turf is between 65 an hour all the way to 100 an hour, depending on the use and the group. So approved youth groups get a pretty good discount. Then we have the nonprofit rate, where a nonprofit organization can rent out the facility. They have to show us a 501c3 status, standard rate, and a commercial rate. Commercial rates are for organizations that are making money. We have a group coming in that's charging, arm and a leg for a tournament. We'll go ahead and charge them the commercial rate. Natural turf, you're looking at, depending on the field, $15 an hour to about $45, $60 an hour. We have the night rate, we have the weekend rate, and we have the day rate too at all of our facilities.
Okay, so you're charging about a quarter of the amount. Okay, that's what I wanted
Natural turf is much, much cheaper than artificial turf. And there's also, the reason why our natural turf numbers are low is our approved youth groups get natural turf at no cost. We don't charge. So we don't charge AYSO to use our natural turf fields. We don't charge our Little League to use our natural turf fields during the season. So during baseball season, between January and July, baseball gets, Little League gets the fields for free. During the soccer season, between August and December, we have our soccer groups, approved youth groups that get the field at no cost, the natural turf fields.
Got it. Interesting. Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to move on to waste. Another commissioner mentioned this about replacing the turf and it having to go to the landfill to avoid spreading weeds. I'd like clarity on that. I don't understand why a natural product can't be composted when we're now going through this whole composting deal within the city. Like, we're not sending our green yard trimmings to the landfill anymore because it may potentially spread weeds. So can you tell me more about why we're assuming this is going to go to the landfill?
I can touch on that. A couple of years back when we renovated, I believe it was Shoal Field number 1, we did the trimmings, we did stripping of the trimmings by having special stripper equipment that came in, and it actually breaks down the turf as well as a small layer of the dirt to give us a nice, clean, somewhat level before we start the laser gridding and leveling of the field. We took that material and we actually used it at other sites. And what we noticed is at those other sites, whatever we used as mulch or as spreader, it actually started creating issues with the weeds from that facility kind of being spread to other sites as well. So for that, the following one, we actually looked at that as more of kind of a landfill option. Now, we're shifting gears. We're starting to look at the whole composting option as we move forward. It might create some opportunities, but for the sake of this study, I believe the conversation was the fact that we had been landfilling, no different than the artificial turf product, that although the manufacturer says it is recyclable, we are looking at landfilling it, kind of playing it very conservative to be able to score it in that sense. So the conservative approach for both is just to get it landfilled, and then the scores are based off of that conservative approach.
Sure.
Yeah. Just, is there any plastic backing or netting on this sod, the natural sod?
Commissioner Pinkerton, there isn't.
Okay,
Usually when the sod comes in for the larger fields, they come in large rolls that are probably about 10, 15 foot wide and 100 feet long.
Okay.
And they do come with netting to start with.
Right.
However, as we are laying the turf down, we do contract that out. Before the grass hits the level dirt to be laid and before we, roll it over, that netting is removed.
Okay.
And the manufacturer, the sod producers, do take that back with them. Possibly they reuse it for, to grow more sod, but it is removed. So, I mean, if we're growing at the houses, sometimes we get them and you start digging, you do have that.
Right.
But in our fields, we do not keep them. It gets removed.
Okay. But just one question, though, because with SB 1383, we have to maximize diversion of organic materials from landfills because of the methane impacts. So you will probably have to come up with some other plan working around the weeds somehow, because we really shouldn't be landfilling any organic material at this point. So just wanted to, I assume that's in the works.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Pinkerton. We're working with Mr. Jones as well as our integrated waste management team and looking at how we can be in compliance with SB 1383. And, it has obviously a lot more guidelines that we have to follow. So we're working out all those challenges to come up with a plan so we are in compliance. So yes, that is in the works at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, sure. I lost my train of thought. Probably because it's almost 10 o'clock. Okay, so I'll move on from that. Yeah, I see how this material wouldn't be reapplied to other park facilities, but that doesn't mean it can't be going to a composting facility where the weeds can die from the heat of the composting and all that. So that's just another piece of the scoring that I took issue with. Commissioner had already mentioned about this recycling of the plastic. It is not recycling. It is not circular, as was suggested, because it's not infinitely reused. It'll be downcycled into the subsurface material, and then it'll go to the landfill. So that's an issue that I wanted to highlight as well. The LCA assumes disposal of the plastic grass, and I think the quote was potential to coordinate a contract. I assume that's not free. And not knowing the cost of that, it is not factored into the LCA score. So I assume we would do the right thing if we went with this option. I assume that we would recycle the plastic grass. That plastic grass is not going to be processed at a facility here in Glendale. It's going to be received by the vendor, going to be taken to another facility, brought back to Glendale and used for shock pads. They're not going to do that for free. So that's another cost component that I think is missing in the LCA and is not factored in. And you have every right to interrupt me if I'm wrong, but otherwise I'll just keep going.
Recyclability was also not factored in. I just want to clarify that part of it. As Coco mentioned and Onig mentioned, both suggestions or opportunities assume that at the end of their effective life, they are landfilled. And part of that reason was due to the variability of carbon emissions associated with recycling of artificial turf grass products, whether it's downcycled or recycled into new turf blades. Part of that was due to the cost of the manufacturer's return program. So without knowing those, the more conservative approach was to assume that that was going to be landfilled, and that was incorporated in the study.
Okay, thank you. So the thing that I took the most issue with was the heat island effect. And I want to quote the LCA because to me, it sounded so ridiculous that it's worth reading it out loud for everybody to see it. That while synthetic turf fields are shown to rapidly reach extreme surface temperatures, they quickly cool down. One study notes synthetic turf cooled down almost instantaneously during periods of cloud cover. Since synthetic turf fields do not retain heat in the same way that asphalt or concrete does, and they convert little landscape, they do not contribute significantly to the urban heat island effect. I looked outside today, my window, and there was not a single cloud in the sky. And while this statement is accurate, that yes, if a cloud covers the field, it'll cool down, the practical real-world reality is that we don't get much cloud cover for 6 to 8 months or however many months out of the year. For this to be even mentioned as a potential mitigation. So we are talking about South Glendale, which is a concrete urban jungle. And we are assuming that the heat island effect of these fields is minimized because once a cloud rolls over, it'll quickly cool down. Well, what about when the cloud doesn't come? This is a serious issue for these multifamily dense neighborhoods that are going to literally feel the heat from these fields. If you look at Fremont and its surrounding neighborhood, just think about those people living just east of exactly where the field is going to be, right at the corner of the street. And the sun setting on the west, beaming heat onto the field, and the field then deflecting all of that heat right into these multifamily homes. So for this to not have a score, for it to be factored into some other component within the LCA is a huge issue for me, because I live in South Glendale. I live in one of these neighborhoods. I also use parks. I'm in the tennis program. I'm learning how to play tennis. But this is not to be ignored or minimized, because the urban heat island effect, we're assuming today's temperatures. What is it in the last 10 years? 9 of the 10 years were the record hottest years that we've experienced, and we're assuming that that's not going to get worse. So that to me is an issue, and I take strong issue with that. This connection to nature score.
Commissioner, if I may respond to that one, just because you do take serious issue with that one, I just want to be clear about the terminology for urban heat island effect here. Heat exposure, as you are referencing here during times of solar installation, is a serious concern and was scored, in my opinion, appropriately within the study. Urban heat island effect is actually due to the absorption of products of solar heat from direct sun. So the cloud cover there represents a time in which you're converting the metric, one of two metrics that are used for urban heat island effects, from reflectivity to emissivity. And so you can think about it in the simplest terms of reflectivity being the inverse of absorption. That's largely based on the color of a material as well as the surface texture. On the other side, emissivity is all about once that heat has been, or that light energy has been absorbed, how does it actually get released as heat? And that's largely a product of the materials themselves. So where you have things like asphalt, wood, metal, if you have the same color of each of those, they have different emissivity terminologies. And that's actually done using something called an ASTM black box test. So that urban heat island effect is really about long-term heat exposure due to emissivity that's slower than what is experienced with turf grass. So I understand your concerns about heat exposure, and that's truly of a concern in this study as well. That's why the recommendation about heat exposure policies should artificial turf be adopted, or for other artificial turf was recommended. But I just wanted to make that clarification, because urban heat island effect is a product of long-term heat emissivity, and that's not what we're talking about experiencing from artificial turf grass, particularly with the geofill product.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'll move on to the heat exposure, and this is one of the issues where I found that having the crumb rubber there was essentially there to make the plastic grass option look better. I believe, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think the plastic grass option got a scoring of 2, and the crumb rubber option got a scoring of 1. And my question is, if the crumb rubber option wasn't there, would the plastic grass option get a 1? Is it simply that 1 is slightly better, so we're scoring it better? Even though we're not even, we all agree in this room, we're not exploring the crumb rubber option.
The foundational principle in this LCA was due to the experience reserved hours in a crumb rubber artificial turf field. So from the perspective of this report, in order to create a reference that's based on that evidenced information, we had to include that for our reference points in the scoring. I do agree with you that it could be easily conceived that the use of artificial crumb rubber in this report is used to skew the scoring, but we had to include it, again, for illustrative purposes, as well as to tie it into that information that we have access to so far.
Thank you.
And it looks like Frances has her hand raised as well.
I really want to move forward, if that's okay. I think your answer tells me that my answer is yes. So I thank you, and I'll move on from that. The off-gassing and dust, page 58. So the LCA assumes gas equipment for maintenance, which is clearly what we are moving away from. What would the scoring be if we were to factor in electric maintenance equipment in the LCA? And I assume you're going to tell me that you can't give me that score.
I actually believe that score is incorporated in the study here. Give me one moment. I also do feel like I've taken the floor here in responses where Paula and Frances are the true subject matter experts in some of these. So I invite them to provide feedback as well.
Well, the slides in the LCA mention that one of the factors is that there would be gas emissions from the equipment being used for maintenance of a real grass field. So unless you're contradicting now what's in the LCA, I'm just repeating what's in here.
No, actually, no, you're right. We didn't have that information at the time of the scoring. I think that you're right that we could go back and look at what that score could look like instead. But,
okay.
But I also think it's not going to make a huge difference on the total result.
Thank you. So that is another piece that's missing as we are here to make a serious decision about this issue. Alignment with the Greener Glendale plan. The Greener Glendale plan for municipal operations calls for the use of reclaimed water at our facilities. So I take issue with how this process took the Greener Glendale plan and kind of flipped it on its head. I was tangentially involved in developing the Greener Glendale plan, and I know it very well. So I know that there would be some water savings, but I take issue with the way that it was used in this context. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I'm almost done, thanks for being patient. To Rondi's point about demand, I think the report says there are 158 organizations that use our fields. I thought it was interesting through the report that Burbank has no multi-use fields, and St. Francis is a private high school in the city of La Cañada. And I'm thinking to myself, is it possible to prioritize organizations or stakeholders within Glendale to use these facilities? Because, in the transportation planning world, there's this term called induced demand. If you build it, they will come. And I'm just thinking to myself, whether we're doing the plastic grass or the real grass, we are increasing the available usability of these fields, increasing the hours that are available to people. Are we just absorbing the cost of doing business for other non-Glendale users to come in and use our facilities? So there's some issue here with the fact that it's seeming that the city of Glendale is absorbing all this demand from outside organizations. And, I don't normally take issue with that. I feel like parks should be open and available to everybody. And we're particularly lucky and a relatively affluent city, and we should be providing for others. But in a context like this where there's so much demand, how do we do that prioritization? Is that even allowed? Is it even legal? And has that been considered? Are there fee structures that can incentivize or disincentivize people from other regions coming in?
Chair Warner, members of the commission, Commissioner Bartseroff, yes, actually a few months ago, our Parks Commission approved a rental policy, a priority policy where approved youth groups in Glendale get priority over any other group. Right now, we have about 95% of our youth groups are from Glendale and are Glendale residents. We have a number of students from St. Francis that are Glendale residents. St. Francis reached out to city staff and city council, I believe 2016, 2017. They paid for the field, A to Z. And the agreement we have with St. Francis that we get to use the field August through, I believe, December, and then during the baseball season, they have exclusive use. But to answer your question, that we do have a priority list of groups that are from Glendale, youth groups. During the off-season or during the time where it's not popular, such as Monday through Friday between 8 and 2, we do have different groups coming in and using the field that are not from Glendale.
Thank you. And then I think this is my last question. In the staff report, we mentioned that there's some fields that don't have lights, which in turn reduce the field's availability for use. I think there are 3 fields that are not lit. Have there been consideration or are there plans in the works to add lights to those fields to increase usability?
The 3 fields that we are mentioning, there are 2 at Brand and 1 at Verdugo. About 10, 15 years ago, we did look into adding lights, but the neighbors in the area asked us not to install lights due to the light pollution and additional noise that would create in the neighborhood, especially at Brand and Verdugo.
Got it. And then the last thing I'll just say real quick, this thing about mitigations that's included in the LCA, those mitigations don't have an associated cost, right? So there are things that are recommended that we should do, but we don't have a dollar amount or an associated cost with those recommendations. Is that correct? So, for example, adding more trees to mitigate the plastic grass option, are there associated dollars to those mitigation measures?
That's correct. That there are no associated dollars to those mitigation measures, either for artificial turf with geofill or natural grass. That was out of the scope of our cost analysis.
Okay, so that's another that's another issue with this LCA is we don't know how much it would cost to mitigate the concerns that we have with either option. So I'll leave it at that. I have comments and I'll cast the vote at a later time, but that's it as far as questions goes. Thank you.
Thank you. So are we supposed to come to a decision, or does the other commission get a chance? I know, but we would be voting, and
So
then you guys vote.
Chair Werner, right now the Parks Commission would be able to ask questions to the presenters, and afterwards
So
you could,
so this group doesn't come to a decision until after this.
after you allow them to ask
That was my question,
questions
so, okay.
right now, and then the vote will be taken later.
Thank you very much. I think we can start with, I'll let each of you ask a question or two or whatever, just to clarify some stuff, and then I'll give my 2 cents at the end. So who'd like to?
Sounds good. My last
Sure.
name goes first. So I'm going to go through my questions, and I'll actually just add on my remarks right after briefly. I agree with a lot of what the commissioners have already expressed. I did want to just take a moment to thank everyone who sent in a comment, read the analysis, those of you who set aside time to call in and stay this late in City Hall. We really appreciate you. And then thank you to the consultants for a very thorough analysis and insightful analysis. In some of the categories, you include definitions of what a score of 1 means versus a score of 5, but not all of them have that clarification, and it's a bit confusing because some are positive impacts and some are negative impacts. So if there is a future iteration of this, if you could just make sure that each of the categories have what a 1 means and then what a 5 means. So I'm going to run through the questions, and then you can answer them later. One of the biggest complaints of artificial turf, from my experience, is the infinite amount of the black rubber pellets, right, that get into everything. I've found it in every corner of my house. My son has played soccer, as well as baseball in Glendale. And a number of public comments brought this up as well, so I just wanted to clarify, is there any sediments with the geofill infill? I know it's a completely different material that we're using. And then does that increase over, like the sediment, particulate, whatever matter that might come of it, does that increase over time as it deteriorates? This is also related to the water usage section that Commissioner Bartrasoff brought up, because the Sawgrass Maintenance Manual does suggest watering every 3 to 4 days for optimal performance, right? So without maintaining that schedule, right, which is what the city is planning on doing, does that deteriorate the quality over time? I don't know if we have that assessment or not. I also had questions about the recycling section. Some comments or supplemental research shared from the public. It sounds like artificial turf is rarely recycled, but it was clarified artificial turf, as part of this assessment, will be landfilled. For the heat exposure effects section, I also had some concerns about this section. I mean, we're going to see more days over 90 degrees moving forward at this point. So I was unsure whether that was factored into the assessment. My son goes to school at Edison Elementary. It's located at the Pacific Park Community Center, where one of the sites will be located, that already has the soccer turf field. We received a number of comments from concerned parents who share that their children avoid this artificial turf soccer field when temperatures get really hot. I just wanted to note, too, that I believe GUSD doesn't allow kids to participate in outdoor activities when the temperatures rise above 92 degrees. In the injuries section, the analysis, at least from how I was interpreting it, was essentially inconclusive, kind of based on varying evidence, but there's still a score that was equal across all of the categories of 4. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not sure whether scoring it was adequate or acceptable, given that there was more research was needed to be done on that specific category. For the off-gassing section, that was already answered, but I did also have that question about diesel mowers assumed as the main use of the off-gassing. And we will ultimately be converting to 100% electric equipment anyway. And then the biggest concern for me actually was the community section, which was a bit one-sided because how I was sort of interpreting how it was written based on the selection of categories. Community is really defined as organized sports field users rather than who lives nearby and will, I think might be probably using the space. So I think you mentioned in Fremont, right, the master plan, that there was input from residents for that specific master plan, but I didn't see or know if anything was gathered from the other locations of, the primary users would be the day-to-day users of those spaces. And so just my kind of quick remarks. As was mentioned, aside from the sports complex, right, Fremont Park is located at the border, but the 3 other fields are in South Glendale, which was expressed already, but lacking in, yes, public sports fields and would benefit from it, but ultimately they are lacking from open green space in general. I do want to express that I am happy to see more of these joint use opportunities with USD, schools and sharing their schoolyards, as Chair Warner observed at Wilson, as underutilized spaces. I believe they really are, and I hope that they can be open to the public soon. I know that Mayor Kasakian has expressed interest in exploring this, and I believe the department is looking into this as well. But we, I think, need to explore that potential for open green space in South Glendale very carefully. And also consider the impacts for the people who live nearby a little more closely. I believe this is an environmental and a racial justice issue, considering 4 of these sites are located near our lower income households, many of whom are non-white, and they should be, and I hope will be, the primary users of these spaces. I understand that the city is, trying to balance an increased demand for these organized sports fields, and I understand that it is actually a great benefit to our communities. However, I do believe that our city can prioritize quality over quantity here because South Glendale deserves to have open green space that will improve the overall quality of the environment long-term while providing a safe open space for everyone to enjoy without sacrificing the health of users. So normalizing, as one of our commenters mentioned earlier, by hours played does not change that artificial turf produces double the greenhouse gas emissions of real grass. And there is also insufficient research at this point to understand the long-term quality control and health impacts of geofill artificial turf. The ideal field as mentioned, is a natural turf with no bumps or patches, right? And I believe that there is potential for improved maintenance for the city to provide those ideal grass fields for our residents in South Glendale who need them the most. I have never heard anyone say, let's go, lay down or let's go have a picnic on artificial turf field. And I think that taking that away from some of those spaces would be ultimately more harmful. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Meek?
Yay. Okay. In the ideal world, we all would love to have beautiful grass soccer fields. I had a thought occurred to me. This is from Nature Conservancy, but if we added 2 more grass soccer fields, but you switch play back and forth to let them recover and then you go back to others, rather than adding more teams and sports using the 2 fields, you share them so that they wouldn't take 3 months to recover. They could recover, you use field 1 this time, you use field 2 next time, 3 next time, 4 next time, whatever way you would work it out. But you could divide and give the fields rest in between, which I think could work out. It's worked out for raising cattle or for other things that let the fields go fallow for a while. And I thought that would be a possibility, even though grass fields take more maintenance, that maybe it would cut down on that 3-month period. Is there a sample of this artificial turf somewhere?
Commissioner, we actually did have a sample, just don't have it here with us. We can bring one to the next commission if you'd like to see it. And to your point about having additional natural grass fields and allowing it to rest, that would be an ideal solution. If we had more fields and allow the fields to rest and take the fields down or rotate them through and, have teams play on field, let's just call it field 4 and field 5, have them play on field 4 while 5 rests, and then cycle that back, give field 4 a rest and 5 being back active, that could be a solution. The challenge we don't have those additional fields that we're talking about. And as Mr. Menakin said, we've looked for properties, let's say in South Glendale. By the time you determine the purchase, acquisition, and the construction of it, you would need at least a 2-acre property for 1 soccer field. Just let's do the math. We can find a 4-acre property in South Glendale to be able to construct those 2 additional fields.
Do we have that property at the sports complex?
Commissioner, the sports complex, not necessarily the sports complex itself. However, we do have open space that are adjacent to sports complex. There is one that we refer to traditionally as Freeway Site A, that is to the north of the sports complex. We've looked at that. We've looked at feasibility of constructing soccer fields there. There are certain challenges as far as it kind of going through the EIR process and the community and the need for the increased use possibly requiring the need for a exit from the freeway off-ramp and on-ramp. We've communicated with Caltrans since I've been here, and I think since Mr. Menakin has been here, that has been an option at the table, but has not been anything that's been in fruition, had in fruition because of the challenges that it faces. There is also another property to the south of the sports complex we refer to as Site C, and access to it is through Mayor's Bicentennial Park. And if you know Mayor's Bicentennial Park, it's through Shearer Lane, which is a very narrow 1-car kind of windy access to it. So the impact that those properties will bring to the community has been evaluated in the past and has been determined that those are not ideal at this time for the construction of additional soccer fields. The Site A might be a bit more feasible, but the challenges are still there.
Okay. I noticed, or I read in the paper that the Los Angeles School District is trying to add more green space and trees to their schools and getting rid of asphalt and concrete. My feeling is kids who have recess should be able to go outside on green space. And Pacific Park and Community Center at Edison School has the artificial turf field and the baseball field, which is still grass. And I sort of feel like that's the only grass around there they can play on, because the community center area is all, except for the playground, which I believe, I'm not sure if it's sand or if it's mulch or something, or soft, but that's the only green spaces.
It's rubberized
It's
material.
rubberized,
It's
yeah.
foreign
So
place
the only
material.
real grass there is the baseball field, I believe. And I'd like to keep that as a baseball field. And the same with Cerritos and Wilson. There's kids when they want to come out and play at recess. And that's who I would assume gets to use these things during the day, every day. And that's something they would have every day. I would be more inclined to go to artificial turf up at the sports complex. But I would also say, I want shade, because there's not much up there. And we need a way to shade those things as much as possible. Fremont, you know, I don't think it's a third of the park that your soccer field would take up, but it would fence off that whole area, right? And you would then be renting that out instead of having it as open space for people to use.
We would be renting it out as well as opening it up for open play for the community at no charge, similar to our drop-in program at our indoor facilities over at Pacific and Maple Park. We will have a drop-in programming.
Okay, so if it's not rented, it would then be open space?
It'll be open and we'll rent it out. We'll balance it
Yeah.
with groups coming in and renting it out for youth soccer and adult soccer, and then we will open it up to the public. So our vision is, you know, Monday through Friday, we can open it up 3 o'clock till about 6 for the kids to come out and play, and then after 6, we can rent it out to youth groups.
Yeah. Do you know what days I'm there all the time, but I'm there at a different time than when they played soccer. I used to be there and they would come like once a week to play. Are they doing it more than that?
They're usually their Saturdays and Sundays between 8 and 11.
Okay. Coconut is extremely flammable. And I've just been taking wildfire training, and they were saying get rid of coconut hair around your house because the embers love it. And at the sports complex, if you ever had a wildfire up there, would they be coming down and sitting on this artificial turf? Would that turf all melt if it caught fire, if the embers caught fire? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why I ask if we have a sample of it to see how it works.
No, I do not have an answer to that. Really, that's a good question for us to evaluate, and I do not have a sample to share. Unfortunately, didn't bring it the box. We can always request. Should have asked me a week ago.
Okay.
Didn't think to bring a sample, honestly.
I know that we got the pilot project for the robotic mowers that are electric, that are up there. Is that working out well?
Chair Warner, President Stauder-Begyan, Commissioner Meek is referring to a pilot program we started at the City of Glendale and the Parks Department with Grays, and they are in the research and development phase of a robotic automated mower that would actually be programmed to mow turf fields and eventually, ultimately, just generally turf within parks on their own after it is programmed, of course, under supervision of a groundskeeper that could be doing other work at the site. We established that pilot program and started a couple of months back. It seems to be working out well. Currently, they are evaluating what some of the issues and challenges might be with the robotic functionality of the mower itself. And we are providing the property for them and their mowing for us on a cycle that we have determined on a weekly cycle. So we don't have findings from them as of yet. They have experienced some minor issues with it, but they've gone over it, the programming, and got it addressed. But it's still currently going. So I don't have a final answer as to what the outcome is. It is still in the R&D phase. And when we do conclude with the pilot program, we can present some basic findings to commission at one of our meetings to say, here's the conclusion and here's what the findings are. And see how the company wants to move forward with the program and or the future.
Okay, and my last question, in the review we had, how much fertilizer are we using all the time on these fields now? Is it like a weekly thing, a monthly thing, yearly?
Unfortunately, Commissioner Meek, we are using fertilizer on the fields maybe once a year.
Okay.
We have the fact that we don't apply the fertilizers are a multitude of reasons. One, field availability. If we're going to fertilize, we want to let the fields rest. And given the demand on the field, you're talking 7 days a week being reserved, anywhere from 3 o'clock until 10 o'clock, 3 to 4 o'clock starting to 10 o'clock on the weekdays, 7 in the morning till 10 at night on the weekends, every weekend throughout the year. So fertilizer we have limited to once a year in most of the fields. Now, when the fields do go down for renovation, we do take that opportunity, either if we're doing what I refer to as TLC, kind of more basic aerating, fertilizing, and seeding of some fields. We do that with the outfield. All of our infields for baseball, the infield being grass, we kind of follow that same procedure almost annually. But the fields that we do full renovation, that we get rid of all of the sod and do laser leveling and grading, those we do fertilize as well after we lay the sod. So at most, if a field does get fertilized, it's getting done on once a year basis.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Everybody awake? I'll be very brave. I'm going to break the record for you. I believe about our staff that they really work hard and they bring in things to serve the community. And I support them most of the time. And I'm a very practical person. I have a lot of experience in sports with different organizations like YMCA, Home at Men, and so on. And I look into practicality than very details. If we go too details, we never solve anything. So I like to say that I support what the staff is recommending, and this is all for the sake of the community. That's all.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I can't beat my fellow commissioner for brevity. I wish I could. Shakespeare said it's the soul of wit, and I believe that firmly. I will endeavor not to repeat anything that other people have said. I do want to give a shout out to Alex for raising the issue of that third irrelevant option. I see no reason for that to have been included. It was just a waste of our time. And also our ex officio commissioner for raising the possibility of compromise. I think compromise is very important. Having said that, I do believe that the artificial turf will require some watering in order to be properly maintained. I'm wondering about if there's any track record for the recycling of the artificial turf. It seems like that's kind of a new thing, and I somehow doubt that we have any decent information that we can rely on and hang our hats on. The inflation rate is very likely to be higher than 2.3%, particularly for petroleum-based products at this time in our history. If anyone hasn't heard, there's a war on. We're not dealing with reducing the number of fields available for play. We're talking about reducing natural turf in favor of artificial turf. That is the issue at hand. It is deceptive to imply that we are talking about reducing available fields for play. We are in no way doing that. I want to talk about numbers just a little bit. I'm an accountant, and it's a hobby of mine. I noticed on the hours, when you talk about 29 estimated annual hours that you can reserve, that means 8 hours every day for 365 days. I ran the math on my phone. I wonder about that. Is that realistic? 8 hours, 365 days?
Commissioner Wolfson, I actually crunched the numbers earlier myself as well. The math is formulated by looking at 4 to 6 on a 6 to 10, I'm sorry, 4 to 10, 6 hours on a regular workday during the week. And the parks and the fields are open 13 hours, 7 to 10. So if you multiply what's there, 30 plus 26 is 56, multiplied by 52 weeks, that's how the number is derived.
Okay.
And those are the prime time field usage times, and that's what the number is based on.
Well, I took 2,900 and divided it by 365 and got 8. So that's where I'm coming up with 8 hours for 365 days
8
of the year.
times 7 would give you the 56, so roughly we're still about the same. It's a matter of Saturdays and Sundays. It's 13 hours of use. So that's where the number may be skewed in your calculation, but the numbers do add up to 2,900. You are an accountant. I'm not going to question that, but that's really my simple math.
It seems might odd. I'll buy off on the differential, although I think it's rather sad that we give it a discount for the more expensive natural turf. It costs more to maintain the natural turf in a condition that would be acceptable for the play. And yet we're saying, no, we're not going to charge you for that. We're going to charge you more for this undesirable turf. That seems rather odd to me. It seems like we're gaming the system to force ourselves. But never mind. I don't want to entertain any more, questions. I know it's wrong of me to say that, but it is so fricking late. I just got to move on, baby, and get to my main objection. And, my main objection to the artificial turf is the proliferation of microplastics. As much as climate change is being acknowledged as a hazard for continued life on this planet, which so far is the only planet we have that's habitable, Bezos and Musk notwithstanding, I'm very concerned about the ocean. I'm very concerned about the ocean, which is the sink for us. It is our saving grace. And if it goes, we are truly going to have a catastrophe that would put disaster planners to shame. Unimaginable. I don't want to sound overly alarmist, but I do happen to have a master's degree in environmental health and toxicology, and I might know a little bit about this. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, everyone. So I'll try to make it short myself. First and foremost, I think that it's very important to distinguish the difference between the playing fields or multi-use fields and actual grass that is incorporated within the various parks and areas within the city. I think if we mold the two of them together, I could totally understand and see why this is such a scary thought to pretty much wipe out every grass field that we have and replace it with artificial turf. My understanding is that that's not what the proposal is. The proposal is to take whatever playing fields there are, not the grass fields that people picnic at, not the grass fields that kids run around at, but the actual playing fields that we currently have that have grass on it, and replace that with artificial turf. Now, I'd like to first of all mention that my childhood, from the age of 10 till the age of 29, I grew up, which isn't quite childhood, but I grew up directly next to, and my parents to this day live on Patterson, which is the street that Fremont Park is at. My 19 years of living on that street, the area that the proposed soccer field is to be placed at has been used more and more by youth, more and more by kids, and on Sunday mornings, a group of adults come there than the entire rest of the park combined. The second most used area are the basketball court and the volleyball court. The third most used area are the tennis courts. Now, the reason why I bring that up is I'm a big sports person. I believe that sports help shape kids, especially there's been countless studies done on how team sports in particular help the growth and the mental health of young males. Having played soccer from the age of 4, having played basketball from the age of 8, and to this day I play both sports, I have to let everyone know that it's very, very important to open our city to the kids that we have, the community that we have. More and more throughout this country, we see how mental health impacts kids, especially unfortunately nowadays, where my childhood was spent at Fremont Park, but my two boys that I have, they always constantly have a battle with me if they could, hop on an iPad and instead of going to, a park. And that's why it's very, very important for us to understand, the difference and kind of understand what the proposal is. My current residence is directly next to Brand Park. Brand Park, when we did the opening of the softball field just a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, I should say, I was very excited. We had brand new turf, brand new natural turf. Within 3 weeks of that natural turf being installed, I was there with my two boys. We were going on a jog, and I noticed a group of 4 or 5 teens playing football or practicing for football, not soccer, football. They all had cleats. Cleats completely change and were changing what that field was. Our staff put endless hours on making sure that that entire field was as straight as possible. But when I witnessed those kids, just again, they were, I think, 14 to 16-year-old kids, and they weren't doing anything rough, they weren't doing anything to purposely hurt the field. But them running up and down on that field was causing the grass to fly out of the ground. Now, from the practicality standpoint, and I'm not suggesting by any means to replace any of the grass at Brand Park to artificial turf, but if you look at it from a practical standpoint, if there's designated spots where people that are into sports can go over there and play sports, and those fields are covered with artificial turf, and then you have the rest of the areas that have natural grass where, both sides win. You provide areas for kids to play sports safely, and at the same time you provide, families to go on a walk with their dog, and if they want to sit and have a picnic, they can go ahead and do so. I think that's the only possible solution to what we're facing right now, because ultimately there is a need. And one comment that was made, and I believe a deputy director kind of addressed it, was the illegal use of the soccer field. Now, short of us policing every single park and having police officers parked at a park and making sure that, more than 2 people are not kicking a soccer ball or a football around, there's really no practical way to police that. So, and going back to Fremont Park and, my 19 years, and again, to this day, every time I drive by my parents' house and every time I'm there, that field is the one that is used the most. It's not used by people hanging out in the middle of the dirt field. It's used by people playing. It's used by 7, 8-year-olds kicking a soccer ball around with their parents. It's used by, Hoover High School athletes who show up there to throw a football around in preparation for football games that they may have. The west side of the park, the grass is always perfect. Now, if you walk on it, there's definitely, ups and downs within that area. And that area, the west side of the Fremont Park, as situated currently, is not made for sports because it's just purely grass and there's trees in the middle of it. But the east side of it, which is, I believe, the corner of Patterson and Kenilworth, I'm very, very shocked that those old men, and they're generally gentlemen from the age of 30 to about 50 who show up there on Saturday and Sunday mornings to play. I'm surprised they're not, tearing ACLs and, kind of going through major injuries on that dirt. Now, part of the issue that I also have with this natural turf, and again, in a utopian world, I would love for the city of Glendale to have 30 soccer fields made out of natural grass. There's 2 things to consider. One, every time, and I'm not sure, how many soccer games, professional soccer games, anybody in this room sits and watches. But if you ever go to an MLS game, if you ever are fortunate enough to fly out to Barcelona and watch a Barcelona game, throughout that 2.5, 3 hours of a soccer competition, before the players get on the field is watered. Immediately before the game starts, the field is watered again. At halftime, fields are watered. As soon as the game is done, when the practice squad comes out to run, because it's part of soccer culture, the field is watered. So those fields that we watch on TV that look beautiful and all these athletes love playing on those, that is not a practical option for any city. Forget the city of Glendale. That is not a practical option. And the reason why I say that is because those professional athletes play once every maybe week, sometimes 2 weeks on those fields. Their practice facilities are not natural turf. They're all artificial turf. With that, I'll transition to a friend of mine who's a former MLS player. He's from the East Coast. He had to retire at a very young age because of concussions. He works for the MLS. One thing that, I believe some of the soccer community could kind of jump in and tell me the exact age limit, but in the current state of soccer, kids are not allowed to use their head to hit the ball. And the main reason for that is the scare of a concussion. Just in the last 8 years, and my background as an attorney, I deal with a lot of traumatic brain injury, personal injury cases. Part of what we see is that a number of people playing soccer on those natural turf, because it's, again, in an ideal situation where it's watered properly and it's only used once a week, it's very soft. You could dive headfirst and nothing will happen to you. But in the fields that we have, whether it's Pelonconi, whether it's even at Brand Park, you fall down and your head hits that ground, it's as good as hitting concrete. Whereas an artificial turf, it's a lot softer. It feels like your head's hitting rubber. So as a father of 2 boys that, play 7 days a week of soccer and 5 days a week of basketball, the practices that are on artificial turf, from my point of view, are a lot safer, because I know for a fact that at the end of the day, it's just a rubber surface that they're gonna fall on and they'll just hop back up. So the safety concern, yes. Are there burns? Yes, there are. But the same burn that you get on an artificial turf, I know people that have had to be hospitalized due to a concussion playing on at Pelonconi Park. So the injuries are completely there. As far as the resodding, I guess, main question is, generally speaking, what is the timeline currently on all of our natural fields? How often is the resodding?
President Stadarbegian, currently we do not have any soccer fields that are natural turf. So the baseball fields that we have, we cycle them through on a 4 to 5 year cycle for them to be resodded and revamped. So annually we pick 3, sometimes 4 fields, depending on resources and whether recreation has room for us to be able to take fields down. And we do take them through the renovation process. And at least 2 of those fields could get completely resodded. We pick ones that are in the worst condition so that we can provide safer play. For example, there were a couple of examples shared earlier about Glorieta. That's about a 1.5 year old facility that was renovated just in 2019, 2020. And actually some of the numbers from that are used in the previous report and this report. And we've kept soccer off of it. So it actually lasted a little longer to be able to, sustain itself looking green and a lot more usable. But from our experiences, soccer fields at the sports complex, as well as Pacific, as some of the users identified in the past when it was natural grass, we had to take the field down annually and resod and keep it shut down for about 3 months. And in some cases, we had attempted to reseed, and the reseeding is might as well not do anything at all because you're throwing money away, because seed takes a lot longer to first germinate, grow, and root. And if you're taking only the same amount of time, the field is down 3 months, about 1.5 months after you get on that field is dirt again. Hence, we had moved over the years into the option of sodding. A lot of our baseball fields, the outfield is used dual for soccer and baseball. And unfortunately for baseball, soccer season comes right before baseball season, so a newly renovated baseball field gets to be played soccer first, and by the time baseball field team gets it, the leagues get it, it's already been, somewhat used up in the outfield. That was a long way to answer your question. Natural turf soccer fields would require annual resodding for it to play safe and be regenerated as a field. But baseball fields can go to 3 to 4 year cycle before we take them down and do the renovation.
Okay. And I believe, and I'm not sure if Ravi's still on the call or not, but I understand the heat aspect of it. What about, the dust and the mud that is built up on natural turf? Because there's a major, I think, the heat part, I understand. There's no way to deny that a artificial turf field does get warmer, hotter, whatever you want to term it, than a natural turf. So there's no doubt about that. But the slightest bit of dust, or wind, I should say, causes a major amount of dust to fly in the air. And again, we are, at least from my point of view, I shouldn't say we, from my point of view, we're trying to open up as much, playtime for kids who are interested in sports, youth that are interested in continuing sports. So I think that it's also important to consider that natural, again, although it's got its benefits, there's also other downsides to it. The constant dust, the constant mud, dirt. The number of times that practices for my older son used to get canceled as a result of an hour of rain compared to what they are now when it's on artificial turf, it's not even comparable. From the months of November till the month of roughly about March, I could safely say that about 35% of practices on natural turf are canceled, at least from my experience. Whereas on artificial turf, like it was mentioned, 30, 40 minutes before practice time, the coaches let parents know if it is canceled, and the only reason it would be canceled is if it's currently raining and it's a threat to any kind of lightning striking on the field. Outside of that, the number of different organizations that I'm involved with on a personal level, as well as, different parents that I've spoken to over the years, the preference has always been that because it allows a lot more playtime and parents don't have to drive all the way to Valencia, don't have to drive to Santa Clarita to kind of play soccer tournaments or soccer games. So, I think those were my my thoughts on this entire matter. Ultimately, it's a decision, I think, while respecting the environment and protecting it for the future, we also have to make a decision that's going to help our, ultimately the most important thing, which is the current community and kids. Thank you.
Okay, did anyone else have any comments?
Chair Warner, I have one comment. I want to talk about the funding of all these projects. So Fremont Park is currently funded. Pacific Community Center Field is currently funded. And the two joint use projects, Wilson Middle School and Cerritos Elementary School, they're funded through DIF funds. And the reason why DIF funds were allocated because we were proposing a new amenity to be constructed on site. So if the commission decides to go with natural turf, then we would need to look at different funding sources to fund both those projects because DIF won't be eligible. So I do want to put that out there as well. Sports complex, we only have $250,000 funded for that project, and that's for the planning component and design development. We don't have any funds allocated yet for the construction portion of the project. So I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, thank you.
Could I actually ask one question? In regards to any of the proposed artificial sites, is there any, thought or any way to do any kind of covering? Now, obviously, on especially for soccer, the space you need for the ball to fly is But is there any type of, shading that could be put on top of the field? I mean, I've personally seen, but again, a much smaller field where they actually have a plastic cover that covers the top of the turf about 50, 60 feet in the air. Younger kids play on it, so I think the ball doesn't fly that high, generally speaking. But has there been any studies or any thoughts or any mechanism to kind of get that done?
Yeah, President Stardar-Begian, we have not considered covering any of the fields, albeit shade would be ideal. We've always looked at sports and athletic fields to be open play. Let's say it's baseball and it really, one of those is the ball can fly out. So you have to kind of design it in a way where it makes it practical for it. And if we do consider that, cost would be create more of a stadium like for professional football fields. They can afford it, they can get it done. For a municipality, I'm not sure that there are any municipalities. I can do some research, dig in, but based on my involvement with the development operations section of the CPRS, which is California Parks and Rec Society, we do not know of any public agencies that have fields that are covered for shade. However, shade can be considered for the seating area for either the baseball kids, which we work with the Little League sometimes with netting to provide shade, and or in some instances trees, like Sports Complex has some trees planted for the spectator area so they can actually have some shade, and some of those trees also reflect shade into the dugouts. For those areas, yes, but the actual open play area, we have not considered it, nor do I know of any agency that actually has that, other than professional stadiums, which now you're already talking about those shade structures start on top of the stadium and they're significantly higher. We don't have the room capacity, nor would I think the community would want us to create that dome-like shade for those areas. It is an option to consider and have discussions and look into, but as of right now, it has not been something we have considered.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you.
Would now be a good time to just make some general comments based on what we've heard so far from our side?
Oh, well, I mean, you guys got 90 minutes earlier or so, but I did want to mention something that pertains to your presentation earlier. So when I was studying for my lead green associate, we learned about the life cycle analysis, and then the triple bottom line was always one of two versions. It was people, planet, profit, or it was economy, ecology, equity, depending on which group. But none of those groups ever had a category for people who participate in organized sports. Wasn't a category. And so I just felt like the whole foundation of the life cycle analysis was a little bit skewed, because as commissioners, we have to think about everybody in the city, not just people who play sports. So that was something that I thought was unusual, and the whole thing seemed to be a little bit upside down in terms of like, oh, let's pretend that grass is, what if grass could be played on every day? But it can't. That's not what it's for. And we're comparing this artificial thing as though that's the good thing, and then this is how grass is somehow deficient because it's not living up to this, man-made need and so on. So I'm just throwing that out there because hopefully the next time you do one of these for a city, you'll think about everybody, not just a particular segment of society. And maybe that was the assignment, was to just prioritize one small percentage of the population. I don't know, but so anyway, so unless someone has a specific question for him, I think they're done, and it's.
Yeah, well, I just want to make a closing comment on that. There was a commissioner before who had brought up a number of concerns about the study itself. And, I apologize if I came off combative during that moment. That was a moment of low energy and a human response to issues with the study that we had performed. But what I truly just want to express here is that sitting in this setting at 10:45 p.m., I'm really enamored and inspired by the conversations that you have. are having right now. There's a lot of creative solutions that are coming up. The level of depth that you've spent in going through our study and analysis is really quite impressive. And I'm very fortunate to be able to sit through this setting and excited to see that you are taking the time to make the decisions like this moving forward. And so in closing about our study, there are some things that we could have done a better job on, specifically identifying and clarifying what our 1 through 5 scoring was based on. So I apologize if I came off combative in that time, and I'm not envious of the decision that you have to make. The context of the study and the scoring was particularly based on 3 athletic fields and using all of those impact areas and criteria to inform you. And I think we've achieved that in that there's been a lot of creative dialogue outside of the boundaries of this study itself. So I'll kind of leave it to commissioners and Onig and Coco and David for next steps for our analysis, should you want any additional information. But I just wanted to make that closing statement that our scoring was based on particularly 3 athletic fields and using diverse subject matter experts. I could have done a better job of collating the analysis in the sense that we could better have explained the 1 through 5 scoring for responding to many of the questions that came up today. But again, the conversations that have come up today expand beyond that, and I'm excited to hear many of these creative solutions from staff and commissioners. So thank you for that opportunity, and I'll mute myself and listen in from here on.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Pinkerton would like to say something.
Just one very quick comment. Something that strikes me, and I don't want to add to staff's workload, but we don't see RFPs, draft RFPs, before they go out for things such as this LCA or the Climate Action Plan, and I'm thinking it might be helpful because we could bring in, we're downstream in this process, and I think it would have been very helpful for these consultants had we had an opportunity to look at the RFP and also, the methodology. It wasn't disclosed who participated in the surveys, the stakeholder surveys. So I just would like to see, this is probably open for discussion with council possibly, get us involved more in an upstream process so we have influence over the inputs going into the RFPs and different studies that are conducted. Thanks.
Yes, and this is the first time this issue has come before sustainability, even though I asked about it about a year ago. So I expressed that we're interested in it and wanted to be prepared and that kind of thing. So it is a little high stakes to be hearing all of this for the first time, and not most of us didn't get a chance to go to the different fields and so on and experience that. I know the issue itself has been circulating around in the city, but it's just we're a new commission. I think sometimes people just forget we're here and haven't. They're not fully utilizing us, but anyway.
I can respond to Commissioner Pinkerton. So we did not issue an RFP for this life cycle analysis. We reached out to a number of consultant companies, asking them to provide us information of how they would undertake a life cycle analysis. And from that information, we selected what we thought was the best company in order for us to undertake this. In terms of the RFP for the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan that has been brought before the Sustainability Commission, we have outlined the issues that were in the RFP. So I just want to clarify that point.
Thank you for that, David. But even if it wasn't an RFP for this LCA, there must have been a task description and description of the project, and it would have been helpful to have seen that. Thanks.
Chair Warner, if in closing remarks from our end, just a last point of kind of clarification and point of the next steps that was already suggested. The goal today is this open dialogue, which is great dialogue. I know it's later to the night. Next steps would be each commission, as we know, will take a position to recommend to council. We will incorporate those positions from both commissions into the report to council. Some of the comments and questions rate of clarity and the questions that came up, we'll work with our consulting team to address those in the final report that goes to council with recommendation from both commissions. And then let council make the determination and give us direction, how to go forward. There is one thing that I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't say it. I know a few speakers that came up mentioned field conditions, poor fields or whatnot. I take pride working with the men and women of the Parks Department. We have a great team of workers, and they give it their best to try to provide the best condition fields for our community. However, the challenge we have is, even if you provided the resources that we need to do the work, unless we take those fields down, they're going to continue looking the way that they do. And I just don't want the community listening to think that we are neglecting the fields. And my guys won't let me get away with it if I don't say the fact. We take pride in what we do, and we do our utmost best. And then the fields we renovate, just visit one of those fields after we're done, and then just watch how that field is used, what it looks like. It is, a carpet-like perfect field. It's just the play, the demand, and the hour of play. It actually makes it to a point where we sometimes don't even have time to get on there to do basic maintenance because we're sharing it with the district. Babe Herman was mentioned. District uses Babe Herman during the day, and we have maybe on a weekly basis like about an hour and a half to 2 hours to do any maintenance on that field. And then in the afternoon, the leagues come in and ORYSO comes in. So there is a lot at play here, and I understand everyone's, because I respect everyone's opinion and the vote you're going to be taking. I just really need to make that point that it really is a neglect, and if the fields look the way they do, it is because they're not getting rest and we don't have time to do proper maintenance. Thank you.
May I say one last thing? I was rushing through what I was trying to say because I was so exhausted from the meeting. But I do want to say thank you to the staff for staying so late, and I want to say thank you to the people who came tonight to speak to us. And I also want to say that a part of my opinion is based on what I believe is the feeling of the community from what we've gotten, and the vast majority of the comments we've gotten are requesting that we go with natural turf. And I have to respect what the majority want.
Okay, so thank you. And I will say, I'd like to echo the appreciation as well. You all have put a lot of effort into this. But when I went up to the sports center, that made me very proud to be a Glendale resident. It was beautiful. It was well maintained, I thought. It was professional. Gabrielle was very courteous and answered my questions and so on. And just it was great seeing people and enjoy that park on a beautiful day in Glendale. And so that experience of being there also made me think that, like ex officio member Gang had said, that there is room for some kind of compromise. I mean, if something's set up as a sports stadium, it should be up to them, like what's going to work best for that purpose, and that and for their operations and so on. And it seems like having the artificial turf there when people are, they're renting it or whatever, they can choose to go somewhere else or whatever. So where I have an issue is in the public parks where, especially the areas that are historically open to everyone and isn't limited to just a sports use, of having any of that be repurposed to this, fenced off and all this kind of thing for that other, for artificial turf being put in there. So to me, that was my main concern, was just that, I don't think anybody wants to see a lot of fake grass in parks. I just spent a couple of weeks ago at a conference in San Diego, and this big hotel, and they had artificial turf all over the place, and it really kind of, took away from the other like beautiful landscaping and so on that they had. So it's popping up everywhere, and that means, things are going to get warmer. So Alec and I live in South Glendale, which is already tracking a few degrees warmer than other parts of Glendale. So it's easy for someone doing a life cycle analysis who doesn't live in South Glendale to say, it's insignificant or something, but it all adds up. It's like saying, like, oh, I don't need to recycle because, one person can't make a difference. Well, collectively, these things start to make a big difference. And Glendale South Glendale is a, concrete jungle, unfortunately, with just a lot of density. And I just hate to see any of that ever become a plastic field. I just think that's a real disservice to overall people of Glendale. So I see a few people nodding their heads. If we were to entertain a motion of having, maybe allowing the artificial turf at the sports stadium, but not have it in the other areas outside of the specific sports stadium? Is that something that people could get behind, or?
think.
But, yes.
Commissioner Werner, members of the Sustainability Commission and the Parks Commission, I think it would be useful to read into the record what the motion is that is teed up for consideration, so that the commission can craft its recommendations along with that, either in alignment with how this is drafted or another recommendation. So if I could just read it into the record to be clear. The Sustainability Commission motion providing feedback to staff and making a recommendation to the City Council to consider using artificial turf for multipurpose fields at Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex Number 3, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School, based on the findings and life cycle analysis and triple bottom line 3BL assessment commissioned by the City of Glendale, or to make another recommendation as directed by the Sustainability Commission. So that's, and there is a duplicative motion for the Parks, Recreation, Community Services Commission. Thank you.
Right, so this is more of the, or something we decide ourselves.
Yeah.
Is what I was getting at. But thank you for reading that in there. It's useful as a starting point. But because when I asked earlier about, there's other space that's not right now dedicated as a soccer field that could become a soccer field that then could be plastic, that's where I drew the line myself personally, and I think a lot of other people were feeling that way too, in terms of equity and the people who are using those parks that, may not even have the resources to be involved in team sports and so on. So as far as, I see some nodding over here,
yeah. So I'll just provide my closing thoughts on this, and maybe we can come to some agreement on what motion is being brought forward. So I think, and I'm glad Coco spoke up about staff and their professionalism. I totally agree with that, and that kept coming back into my mind when I was hearing about the dirt fields and the fields not being properly maintained, and the fact that nobody wants to play on those fields. And I'll get to that in a minute, but I'm glad that you mentioned that. And to Ravi and his team, thank you for doing what you did. I think if you were given a much larger budget, if you had $200,000 to play with, you would have come up with a really stellar LCA. And I need to acknowledge myself that you had limited funds, you've been hired to do a specific task, and in my opinion, you didn't have the resources and the ability to obtain all the information that you needed to give us the LCA that we need to make an informed decision. So I just want to thank everybody for doing all the work that they did. So while I think it was well-intentioned, I think it was poorly executed. I think at the end of the day, we are asked to compare a 3.4 to a 3.8. It's not a 1 and a 5. It's not a 2 and a 4. These are very close numbers to each other based on insufficient data that was provided through this LCA. So there weren't assumptions that were made about forecasting 20 years out what the temperature will be like, how many 100+ days we're going to have in the future. No assumption about the playability of fields over sustained heat waves. No factoring in for that heat exposure that we talked about in the denser, poorer neighborhoods. There wasn't consideration for electric mowing equipment, groundwater recharge benefits, the waste components and things going to landfill, et cetera. And to what consequence? We are being asked to lock into a product that is going to last for 20 years. So the decision that we make today will last through 2042. And starting tomorrow, if we made this decision today, any alternative would be would be unwise to entertain financially because we've already invested all this money up front. So any breakthrough in technology, the automated mowing, maybe a hybrid grass that works better in a more arid climate, any advancements that happen will become irrelevant because we have invested in this product for the next 20 years. So I don't take this decision lightly because that is what we're doing. We can't do this for a year and then change our minds and rip out all this plastic grass to say, oh, we found something better, because it's going to be prohibitively expensive to do that. So I'm concerned about that kind of financial investment in addition to the environmental effects of investing in plastic grass. And I don't think this was mentioned verbally here today, but it's in the staff report. The plastic grass option is more expensive. It's $220,000 per year if you factor in the cost of installation and the annual maintenance. $220,000 a year versus real grass, which is $170,000 per year. So it's an annual savings of $50,000 per year per field. And so, and these estimates, I assume, are, we are under the impression that these are going to be maintained grass fields. It already factors in the 25% downtime per year for maintaining a proper grass field that will stay green, that will be mowed, watered, maintained appropriately, which is different from what we've been hearing from feedback from the community, from sports players, that the fields currently suck. And so I assume that the budget has been budgeted to factor in that we are asking for a top-notch field. And I assume that's what we're going to get if we go forward with real grass. I don't want a dirt grass. Nobody wants to inhale dust while playing. Nobody wants to be hurt by compacted soil. So I'm just assuming that if we go with the real grass option, we are going forward with a maintained proper field. With that being said, I'm not against more fields. I think we need more fields. I support more. I just don't support 100% more that requires plastic. I support the 75% more, which allows us to have more fields. We will have a field in Fremont, which we do not have currently. We will have a field at Cerritos, which we do not have currently. We will have a field at Wilson, which we do not have currently, for public use.
No, the
soccer field, I'm sorry. The soccer field at Edison is already artificial turf. Wilson, I'm sorry.
So we are
Point of clarification, though, Commissioner Barstroff, if you proceed with natural turf, as Mr. Bolinia mentioned earlier, both Cerritos Elementary School and the Wilson Middle School are no longer a viable option because the funding for those are DIF, and then the DIF funds cannot pay for natural grass because you're not really adding that playability. So you would essentially end up with one additional field, which is at Fremont. I just want to make sure that is clarified. And as far as the costs, your cost estimates that you mentioned, they do include renovating the fields, taking the fields down for the 3 months. The only thing missing in your formulation of natural cost being cheaper is the revenue factor that you put into the play.
That's correct. And I know that adjustments are being considered, and there was even a suggestion by a commissioner to readjust the revenue stream so that we're actually charging what is required to maintain these fields properly. And I understand the revenue source for installing these fields could be jeopardized if we're going with the natural turf. I understand that. But frankly, that's not for me to try to figure out. I have full faith and confidence that you guys can sort it out. There's Measure S funding. There's other sources of funding that you could explore. So with that being said, with the fact that we are expanding the number of fields, We are allowing for this kind of rotation that was being suggested. I would like to put forward a motion to move forward with natural turf at these locations. And I'll just say it up front, I'm willing to entertain a motion that would move forward with artificial turf only at the sports complex. That is one location where I think the heat exposure is negligible, but I will not support any artificial turf in these urban dense environments where the impacts are real, they're direct, and are measurable, in addition to the environmental impacts that we all can agree with. So that's my motion in a nutshell. If anybody wants to second it, and then we can discuss.
Second.
Second.
Thanks. No.
So the actual motion is for natural turf.
Well,
So
from
just
what
to-
I understand, it's to recommend that sports complex
them,
number
okay.
3 receive artificial turf, but that the Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Cerritos, and Wilson would receive natural turf.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted. So it would be artificial turf for the sports complex, and the rest would be natural turf.
Right.
So that's what you're seconding?
Yes, that's what
Oh,
we
okay.
thought. We were seconding and thirding. Yeah, but-
Got it, okay.
Is that a friendly amendment to,
I was just restating it because he just said sports company, and I was kind of using the language from the suggested motion. So to recommend to City Council that sports complex number 3 be able to convert that to artificial turf, but that the remaining locations, Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Cerritos, Wilson, would have to make do with the natural grass.
and that's the clarification on Commissioner Broders's motion? Okay.
Yeah, as I stated, it's not my preference, but I'm willing to make that be my motion.
Compromise. I think having that extra field there might take some of the pressure off some of the other uses elsewhere in the city too, because they could, be open more up there and so on. And I looked at the fields there. Of course, obviously they're not investing in them because they might be torn up and that kind of thing. But the other thing that actually hasn't come up at all today is once you put down one of those plastic lawns, it renders the ground beneath sterile. And so if you did want to go back someday and rip that up and do real grass, it would be so much more expensive than going to like a field that's, it's just a vacant lot or something and putting in a soccer field. It would require extensive remediation. So just throwing that out there since no one mentioned it before.
And Rondi, real quick, I forgot to mention this, and you reminded me of it, thank you, is this idea of rotating these fields. If we were to increase the number of fields, my hope is that we don't just, how do I put this? We don't just maximize the usage of each field, but that we take this opportunity to reduce the demand of all of the fields so that they get better in quality. So my hope is that with this increased fields, the condition of all of the fields will get better because they're being used a little bit less. That, in theory, that would be ideal.
So also to clarify for myself, we are only considering adding one additional field at this time, which is Fremont Park. Okay. Because the other two, like we had mentioned, are not additional fields. So one additional field, Fremont Park, we're adding.
Yes, but Wilson and Cerritos are potential options should the funding become available.
And if GUSD agrees to the maintenance and operations of the MOU.
Correct.
Because it changes everything now.
Sure.
With natural turf.
If I may, Chair, in terms of the, artificial grass is okay at the sports complex, but artificial grass is not okay in other areas. If the LCA is flawed, if that's the principle that you went with, that, you know, there's errors or there's some things that they did not take into consideration, why make the exception at the sports complex?
Because it's not in South Glendale, which is already 3 degrees higher than the rest of the city.
But South Glendale is the area that needs playing fields the most. As someone that grew up in 91205, I really needed the soccer fields that would not in walking distance. You had to take a bus to get to a field that you could play. So the alternative for a lot of the kids in my neighborhood was after hours to go to a parking lot that's made out of cement so that we can play soccer. So you're really not solving the problem for the kids that live in that area. They're still going to play in parking lots. They're still going to get injured in parking lots. So if it's a matter of principle that, you know, you don't want plastic, you don't want, you know, petroleum-based products, then let's say, you know, it's not even good for sports complex. You know, take a, you know, principled approach that it's all or none. But to say that it's okay at sports complex, but the same product is not okay in other areas, it's hypocritical.
Well, it's already being used at the sports complex, and, you know, we didn't have anything to do with that.
It's being used today at Edison, and I was there yesterday. And the people that use it love it. So unless we're playing there, and unless you live across the street, to say that, you know, people shouldn't have it is not fair. The people that use that park live in that area. That's how I see it.
So I'm, in my mind, as a person making a policy recommendation, I'm factoring all sorts of things. And, you know, to Henry's thoughts, like this is my compromise. I stated up front that I don't want plastic grass. And I'm factoring in the comments that we're hearing from the public. I'm factoring in the emails that we got. I'm factoring in other comments that we heard from the other commission. And I'm not happy with it. It wouldn't be my choice, but it's consider it a compromise. I live not far from Wilson, and I don't want to be subjected to a plastic grass field where I'm subjected to heat exposure, not heat island. But, you know, this is the art of politics.
Commissioner Bartrosov, I went to Wilson. And you know why, Chair Warner, no one was using it during break period, the field? It's because it's dirt. No one wants to play in a dirt area that is not shaded. So during breaks, during lunch periods, the kids huddle away from the field because there's nothing to do there.
Well, it's
not
laid
a good
out
field for any sport.
There's basketball courts, there's asphalt with basketball courts, and then there were some cones and things to lay out a some kind of sports.
I can tell you, as a kid that went to Wilson, I did not want to play in that field. No one did, unless you were forced during PE period to run around, you know, to do your laps.
That it's an underutilized space, because that's what I had said at the time.
Because, you know, because of high traffic, you can't grow grass. As soon as they reseed it or put sod, in a matter of weeks, not even months, it's gone.
Okay, so we have
You have a motion and a second.
Second on that. So are we ready for a roll call at this point? Because our colleagues still have to go through this exercise too.
Separately, yes.
Roll call for the motion. Do we have
Sustainability
for
Commission.
Sustainability Commission, Commissioner Kartunian,
No.
Commissioner Kanjian,
No.
Commissioner Bartrosov,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pinkerton,
Yes.
Chair Werner,
Yes.
The light's getting deep.
It's getting dark. I'm losing consciousness. It's so dark.
Chair Warner, for clarification, the motion was to recommend natural turf at Pacific, Fremont, and the school district sites, and artificial turf for sports complex, for my clarification.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And may I clarify something? For the motion, because it was yes for one and no for 4 of them, is it possible to make another motion that's an all-encompassing motion so that we can make a record?
So the motion has already been voted on.
Right.
And so in order to modify that motion, once it's been approved, the person supporting the motion would need to agree. And they would have to have a second to bring it up for reconsideration.
Because the record's not clear at this point as to what the no stood for.
The no would, the motion, to repeat what the motion was for a natural turf at all locations that is in the list, except for sports complex number 3, which would be artificial turf.
What my colleague is trying to say is that it's almost as if my vote of no, or her vote of no, is we don't agree with any improvement at any of the parks, when in reality, in my case at least, if a product is good enough for one park, it's good enough for all parks. Otherwise, don't use it, period. And in my case, I support artificial turf in all of the parks, because that's the reality that we have today. We're in a major drought. We don't have enough water.
Those recommendations as part of the motion would be brought forward. The motion is on where the artificial and natural turf should be, but also as part of this is providing feedback and making recommendations to the City Council. So this is the recommendation. We have been taking notes on the feedback all the way along. And of course, we have the videotape to review to make sure we haven't missed any aspect of the feedback that's been provided during this long hearing. So as to provide an assurance to the commission members, that's what the staff typically does, is gather everything that was said to be sure that that's accurately reflected when the item comes before the City Council. Hopefully that's satisfactory to the commission.
And you're welcome to email the City Council with your thoughts as well. There's nothing precluding that. So I'd like to turn the gavel over here
All
to
right.
my colleague.
So if you could one more time read it into motion, because the question I had was the Pacific Sports Complex. Was that part of that or not? And we're referring to 5 sports fields, correct?
I'll read the motion, and again, just for clarification, it would be the Parks Commission motion providing feedback to staff and making a recommendation to the City Council to consider using artificial turf for multipurpose fields at Fremont Park, Pacific Park, Sports Complex number 3, Cerritos Elementary, and Wilson Middle School, based on the findings of the life cycle analysis and triple bottom line assessment commissioned by the City of Glendale, or to make another recommendation as directed by the Parks Commission.
Okay. Are we comfortable with? Is everyone comfortable with the actual motion, or would we want to? You're not? Okay. Absolutely. You know, I always want to hear you, Steve.
Pacific Park is the one park that has an artificial turf, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Not the
And
only one, though,
the-
Commissioner.
so-
The Sports Complex has 3 artificial turf fields currently. Pacific Park does have 1. I'm not sure if your question one is the only one.
Are you building another multi-purpose field at Pacific Park?
Correct. We're taking the existing, we're proposing to take the existing natural turf ball field and converting it into an artificial turf multipurpose where we do layout soccer in the outfield as well.
And that is the only green natural turf in the entire Pacific Park, is that correct?
not necessarily correct. There are other turf areas within the park, not as a vast of an area. There is the picnic area that has some natural turf. There's natural turf next to the basketball court area. Now, we have reduced natural turf in our water conservation efforts in the past in a couple of additional areas in that park. But there will be other areas that are natural turf at the park, just not at the same size as a baseball facility, which
Yeah.
I believe is about approximately 50,000 square feet that we're going to be converting into artificial
Would there
turf
be
field.
space for children to play? That's what I want to get at, that they
Commissioner
could
Ma-
actually play on grass and not artificial turf.
Yes, Commissioner, there are a couple of areas at that facility where there will be turf that kids continue to play on natural turf if necessary.
But aren't those very tiny? I mean, that park has become mostly buildings, the swimming pool, you know, all that,
I
right?
think it's your.
Okay, yeah, I would go along with the artificial turf up at the sports complex. I think kids need to be able to play on grass for recess at elementary schools. So I would put a no on those and a yes on the sports complex.
Okay. So just to clarify, the current for those two, Wilson and Cerritos, they're designated as multi-sports fields, right? Multi-purpose sports fields.
President Starter-Reagan, for Wilson Middle School, there is turf area that is played soccer, and I'm sure they use it for other
Right.
sports as well. For Cerritos, it has a turf area that they do play sports, but it's not a designated soccer field
Right,
at the
right.
Cerritos Elementary. So the proposal would convert both into multipurpose, allow it to use for flag football, whatever other sport that might be, but mostly primarily soccer fields that we designed for. At the Wilson Middle School would be one large soccer play field as well as a smaller, somewhat smaller practice field adjacent to it, given it has a lot more space for that turf.
So, Stephen, are you essentially making the same motion that the Sustainability Commission just voted on?
I would go for Fremont Park to have an artificial field there also. So I would go for those two, but the schools, I would not.
All right, so do you want to clarify your motion?
Okay. I would move that the city move ahead on artificial turf fields for the sports complex and for Fremont Park, but not Pacific, Cerritos, or Wilson.
Pacific is currently not a school site, though. It's not considered a school site. It's a park.
It's a park.
Right. Okay.
It's a park, and then the school
So
uses
the two
it.
schools and the park. No, of course. No, I know that.
The school uses the baseball field during PE a few times a year. I believe it's March through June, but it's a park. So we have it used by Little League January through July, and then August through November. Soccer teams use it, and then November through January, it's down for maintenance.
Okay. I don't know if you were going to, my recommendation would be to at least at minimal add Wilson to that too, because that age group is I think the biggest group of people that will really use Wilson to practice the different sports before they get into high school. So that's just my personal kind of opinion. 3 and 2. It would be 3 and 2.
We're going to have a motion that's been seconded, though. Is there somebody who wants to second that motion?
We're having the same issue that we're approving here and we're disapproving the same issue.
Right. So,
Yeah, we're a separate commission.
If we cannot make a decision, send it like that, let them make the decision.
I know I'm with the Sustainability Commission, but may I add something for your deliberation?
Sure.
Yeah, so I know you're worried about kids not being able to play on grass, but at least where I go to high school and where I went to middle school, they have both turf and grass, so that some kids who want to play, let's say, soccer during lunch can play soccer on a artificial turf field, and kids who want to play, let's say, volleyball on a natural turf field can do so on another turf field. So I'm not really sure what Cerritos and Wilson has, but maybe if you want to look into that,
They're elementary schools, not high schools.
Okay. Yeah, because I know some schools, and there's a middle school too, so I know some schools have like both, and I was wondering maybe if these schools had, I'm not really sure, I just wanted to ask you if you knew like if these schools have both or if it's only just one.
Pacific right now has both.
Oh, no, I was talking about Wilson and Cerritos,
And when I looked at the pictures, the soccer field would take away any green space.
Okay, and there's no other green spaces for the kids to play? Okay, yeah, I just wanted to throw out that idea.
Am I correct in that? When I thought I looked at that, it would take away that one green space.
For Wilson and Cerritos, it'll take away the green space. At Pacific, there's some green space in the picnic area, and I know the quad area over at the school side, there's a small area green space. There's also a small garden that Coco and his staff worked with at the school, a community garden by the library that the kids use for open space.
And I'm not sure about the tree coverage that's at those schools. For shade.
The Pacific, Edison Elementary School does have a courtyard with a mature oak tree that was preserved as part of the process. If you've been on that campus, it is just majestic. And it does provide shade in that area, but it is more of a courtyard. There's no turf in that area. So the locations that at Pacific that we're referring to, other than the much smaller turf area by the picnic areas at Pacific, and then right by the basketball courts has some shade. The only turf within Pacific would be, the additional turf would have been the baseball field. At Wilson, I'm not familiar with the rest of the campus, but Wilson Middle School has a decent sized turf athletic field, which, as I'd mentioned earlier, we're proposing to have a U14 plus a practice field. Now, there's one option, you can break that in half, create the soccer field itself in artificial turf and leave some turf. If, just recommend natural turf for the practice field, if you want to preserve some turf there. But at Cerritos Elementary, I'm picturing the campus, there's a small turf area that the kids use right now to play. It is not a designated soccer field, and this proposal that we had would remove that and kind of reshuffle a lot of the play space to allow for a artificial turf field to be installed at that facility.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cerritos Park now.
This is Cerritos
The school
School.
is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, up here. Get rid of you. There we are.
Right there, that grass.
That's where they want to do it? Okay.
Now, just to Pacific Park in itself, Edison has its own playground area, right? So what we're referring to as far as on the Pacific Park side of it, again, I understand the school does use it at times, but it's not like kids at Edison are just throughout the day walking over to Pacific Park and just running around on that field. The field is specifically designated for sports.
That is correct. President Sardarbegian, members of the commission, you're absolutely right. As Mr. Boletian mentioned, at Pacific, it is a handful of times that the district uses the natural turf baseball field to allow kids to play. And most of the time, it is open to the public. It is reserved for our communities and our little leagues or whatnot. And the district does have, the artificial turf field is on district's property, which we have a joint use agreement that we're allowed to use, evenings and then on weekends. And the school does have their own courtyard, their own basketball courts, and their own playgrounds on the school property, which is fenced off and is kept separate from the park, because no one really wants kids running around a public park, nor do we want members of the public being on a school campus. So there's a clear delineated line that cuts the school campus and ours. And yes, to answer your question, school district, the campus itself, Edison Elementary, does have a playground, basketball courts, and other play amenities within the campus that the public during school hours doesn't have access to.
Right. I mean, if you have your clarification, my recommendation or my motion would be to have the artificial turf at Fremont Sports Complex and Pacific, given the fact that it's completely separate from Edison itself, the elementary, and then let City Council kind of pick their own.
I'll go along with your motion.
Thank you.
Can we restate what the motion is for the benefit of the commission? And the motion that was made that's on the table is that Fremont and the sports complex would have artificial turf, but natural turf would be maintained at Pacific, Cerritos, and Wilson. So,
I can withdraw that motion.
okay. If you want to make a new motion,
The new motion would be for Pacific, Fremont, and Sports Complex to have artificial turf, and for City Council to figure out what they want to do with the other two. Based on the last 6 hours of our back and forth.
Same.
that's the motion.
I'll second that motion.
What's wrong with approving all of them? It's, you went for 3, you're scared to go the other way. They will laugh at you. We cannot take a decision.
The LCA is based on 3.
We're here.
Is it not?
You're not
The
going this
LCA
side
is
or
not based on 5,
Right.
is it?
President Stardarbegian, member of the commission, Commissioner Wolfson. The LCA focused on the 3 fields that are city fields, which is Pacific, Sports Complex, and Fremont. Although the LCA's recommendation and the motion in front, the fact that we had been looking at all 5 facilities for artificial turf field, the motion and the overall report highlights that, we focused on these 3 fields, but the recommendations for all 5. The current motion, I'm not sure whether it's now Commissioner Meek's motion or President Stardarbegian's, is asking for the city facilities, Pacific, Sports Complex, and Fremont, to move forward with artificial turf fields, and that actually would allow us discussion with the school district for future, what do we want to do with those facilities?
That was my motion.
It allows us to go back to the drawing table, and depending on what council's direction is going to be on those facilities, to reevaluate what we do at those sites. But the 3 park facilities would be converted to artificial turf, then it would give us great benefit of reserving additional time for our community.
You have a motion and a second? Is
I
there
will
further
second it.
discussion? Well, there is a second already. Or you can take a roll call, if you're ready for a roll call.
For 3rd.
Okay,
Roll
for the
call for
Parks,
the-
Recreation, and Community Services Commission. Commissioners Alcazar.
I'm going to vote no, and I'll clarify after.
Alfian.
Yes.
Meek.
Yes.
Wolfson.
No.
And President Stardarbegian.
Yes.
Can I just add a quick comment? Yes, I voted no, and I wanted to clarify for the record why I voted no. I am not convinced that artificial turf is the way to go. I do believe that our residents deserve natural turf that will be maintained and can be used for soccer. I do believe that, again, the city is looking into seeing how to do more joint use agreements with GUSD to expand the number of fields that we are able to use, I hope, for organized sports, such as at, I'm hoping, Glendale High School, and the other high schools that already have turf, such as was mentioned. And that would also expand our opportunities there. And I also wanted to mention that, Commissioner Meeks, you brought up a number of things that I thought was insightful, that, LA is also greening. They're taking away the cement and taking away artificial turf to put in natural grass and trees. And the fact that coconut husk is extremely flammable, and putting that up in sports complex area, which is a high risk for fires, and we haven't necessarily looked into yet, is still something, I think is we need to do a little more research on.
Yes, and Commissioner Alcazar, the point I made earlier about incorporating all the comments we received from the community, from both commissions, the questions you raised, the areas that the consulting team might have to relook and clarify. The question that was raised earlier, all those will be part of the final report we take to council. Now, good thing we're not going like this coming Tuesday, because we do have a little bit of work to kind of conclude and clarify some of those concerns, but this is the process that gets us the questions from the community, from the appointed officials, policy-making bodies, recommending bodies, that allow staff to go back to council with all of it incorporated and give council a larger vision of what the community said, what each commission said, and just the questions that came up, and here are the clarifying answers. Then council will give us a direction. So a couple of those, everyone's been taking notes. We definitely have to rewatch this 6-hour soap opera to make sure we captured it all correctly. But the goal is to be able to take those and have some answers when we go back to council.
I looked on the website for the Shaw grass, and it didn't say whether it was flammable or not. I'm an architectural specifier, and usually the first criteria I look at for a building material is whether it's flammable, and yet they're very silent on that. So that is something that should be mentioned, for council, that we need assurances that that's not going to, pose a threat to the community.
Chair, I make a motion to adjourn this meeting. I think we've made the decisions that we had to make tonight, and
Is that the next item is that motion to adjourn? Okay.
Yes. The next agenda item is agenda item for adjournment.
Okay.
I make a motion. Anybody second?
Second, third, fourth, fifth.
You have to do your side. You have to do your side.
Excuse me, the
Oh, you have to do another motion.
For your
I make
commission.
a motion to adjourn.
I second.
Okay.
Thank you.
The commissions are adjourned.
commissions are adjourned.